Chapter 841. In the space tunnel above the soul world. Zhu Shun, Cho Tian has arrived. Another loud voice came from the pitch-black tunnel. Terrifying divine power flowed, and the pressure was as deep as the ocean, making people want to kneel down. Boom! Zhou Tong reached out a large hand and hit Zhu Shun, causing him to spit out blood and fall into the dust. Then, with a casual grab, he extracted the ancestor god's soul and sealed it. This is already the 8th Zhu Shun. No matter how stupid the other world is, they should have noticed something. Unfortunately, there are only 8 Zhu Shun. They haven't reached the minimum requirement to create an eternal light source, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Sure enough, at this moment, a bone-chilling roar came from the other side of the tunnel. Where are they? Why aren't there any responses? A bone-chilling voice came. It was obvious that the one who spoke was a powerful Zhu Shun from the other world. It seems that something has changed in the 9 states. Could it be that several Zhu Shun have advanced behind our backs? Where's Balaton? He has always been in charge of monitoring the 9 states. Why hasn't he contacted us for more than 100 years? Is he dead? Another angry roar came, and the void trembled for a moment. This person's roar shook the void of the soul world through the space tunnel. He was definitely a super Zhu Shun who was at least level 6 or higher. The other world was not stupid. They had already lost 8 Zhu Shun. No matter how stupid they were, they would know that something was wrong. The 9 states will be destroyed. Do you think you can stop us by guarding this space tunnel? In the near future, we will descend on this world as a group. The cold voice came again. Obviously, they realized that something was wrong and did not dare to continue through this tunnel. Instead, they wanted to open up dozens of tunnels in succession, making it difficult for the 9 states to resist. You want to open up more tunnels? You think too little of me. Zhou Tong got up and walked toward the pitch-black space tunnel in front of him. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other world was invading, why couldn't he just fight back? At the same time, near the space tunnel of the other world, there were already 13 Zhu Shun gathered here. Looks like Li Huiyu, Cho Tian, and the others are doomed. A Zhu Shun sighed. Damn it, a moment of carelessness actually allowed the situation in the 9 prefectures to develop. How many Zhu Shun are there? Another red-haired Zhu Shun looked furious. What was supposed to be a carnival had now become a thorn in the hearts of all Zhu Shun. He glanced around and saw that 7 or 8 Zhu Shun were looking at the spatial tunnel with fear in their eyes. The spatial passageway that they had opened not long ago had turned into a giant monster in front of them. Countless Zhu Shun shuddered in fear. Oomph. Seeing Zhu Shun's pathetic state, the red-haired Zhu Shun flew into a rage. He stood up and stood beside the passageway. You're scared just like that? You have to know that this is the passageway that we opened up. Our world is full of talents. How can a mere Zhu Shun of the 9 states scare you? We are the hunters, and the 9 prefectures is merely our hunting ground. Attack and defense have changed. A cold and emotionless voice sounded instantly. Zhou Tong, who was in the spatial tunnel, was extremely ferocious. He descended forcefully and threw a punch. The red-haired Zhu Shun from the other world screamed in agony. His body was torn apart, and the pieces flew towards the other Zhu Shun. Blood dripped onto the bodies of the other Zhu Shun, causing their scalps to go numb. The red-haired Zhu Shun's soul rushed out and screamed in agony. A dazzling rainbow light rushed out and soared into the sky. He wanted to escape from certain death. Crack! However, Zhou Tong didn't give him a chance. He was like a demon god descending from the heavens. He looked disdainfully in all directions. A huge dragon claw reached out and grabbed the primordial spirit from the void, sealing it. From then on, the red-haired Zhu Shun from the other world became Zhou Tong's spoils of war. Everyone was stunned. Everything happened too quickly. Zhou Tong rushed out of the spatial tunnel, descended in an instant, and killed a Zhu Shun. This speed was as easy and swift as pulling out weeds. The red-haired elder god was one of the more powerful elder gods present, but he wasn't even able to withstand a single strike from Zhou Tong. He died with ease, and quite a few of the elder gods were shocked. However, after the shock, there was extreme anger. The 9 prefectures was clearly their hunting ground, but a mere prey dared to resist. This made the Zhu Shun from the other world extremely angry. Ancestor Qi Yun. More than 10 Zhu Shun from the other world roared. Rays of brilliant divine light soared into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. A group of Zhu Shun stepped forward and surrounded Zhou Tong. In the field, Zhou Tong's divine might was awe-inspiring. He had no intention of escaping at all. The dragon-scale armor on his body emitted a cold light, and there was a hint of wild, fighting spirit in his eyes. His long green hair danced in the wind, and the pair of green jade-like coral dragon horns on his forehead pointed to the sky. He stood alone in the center and faced all the Zhu Shun from the other world. You also know about anger? When you were purging the 9 prefectures, did you ever understand the feelings of the cultivators of the 9 prefectures? Zhou Tong faced more than 10 Zhu Shun from the other world alone. He was like a demon god looking down on the world. He stood with his hands behind his back and spoke leisurely without a trace of nervousness. You dare to kill my race's Zhu Shun? This time, the 9 prefectures will not be spared. One of the Zhu Shun from the other world roared. He held a crimson blood demon's sword in his hand, and his voice was fierce. You think you're worthy of using a sword? Zhou Tong did not move. He only glanced at him slightly, and a peerlessly cold sword intent instantly burst forth. This Zhu Shun from the other world was shocked, and his head flew high into the air. He did not even know when his head was chopped off. Killing the enemy with sword intent? Such a terrifying divine will. He's not an ordinary Zhu Shun, but a supreme Zhu Shun. Another Zhu Shun from the other world shouted loudly. A supreme Zhu Shun. Someone from the 9 prefectures has actually walked on this path. We must not let him leave. Several Zhu Shun's killing intent erupted. They had already realized what it meant for Zhou Tong to kill a Zhu Shun with a single sword intent. It was a terrifying realm that they could not imagine. The supreme Zhu Shun. Hurry up and report this matter to the supreme Zhu Shun from our world. Another Zhu Shun reacted extremely quickly. He immediately got up and flew away. He seemed to have turned into light and turned into a shadow, disappearing in an instant. Roar! However, the moment he disappeared, Zhou Tong let out an earth-shattering dragon's roar. Vast ripples rushed into the distance. This dragon's roar was like the fluctuations of time, causing the surrounding area to instantly lose its color. All the Zhu Shun seemed to be frozen by the terrifying laws of time, unable to move. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. The void fluctuated and cracked in all directions. The dozens of Zhu Shun around all cracked under Zhou Tong's dragon's roar. Everyone's souls were instantly confused, as if they had lost their consciousness. Seal. Suppress. Zhou Tong's last roar sounded, and then the place returned to normal. Chapter 842. In the land of the 9 prefectures. The turbulent heaven and earth suddenly stopped shaking, and the whole world seemed to have returned to its previous calmness. What's going on? Emperor Huang Xinyuan, who was preparing to lead the people of the land of the 9 prefectures to escape, suddenly felt that something was wrong. The great calamity aura that was as heavy as Mount Tai suddenly dissipated a lot. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Zhou Tong returned from the other world, closed the space passage to the soul world, and returned to the land of the 9 prefectures. He didn't dare to stay in the other world because if he stayed there, the other world would seal the whole world, and he would be like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. After all, Zhou Tong didn't have Ke's father's ability to escape. Fellow cultivator, how's the situation? Emperor Huang Xinyuan immediately greeted him. Zhou Tong said, I've bought some time for you. This time, the 21 Zhu Shun that the other world prepared to invade the land of the 9 prefectures were all sealed by me. There should be a few more months to prepare and disperse the people of the land of the 9 prefectures. 21 Zhu Shun. Emperor Huang Xuanyuan's face twitched slightly. This Edisaurus's combat power was too terrifying, he killed more than 20 Zhu Shun in such a short time. He looked back at the war between the land of the 9 prefectures and the other world, and it seemed that this was the first time such a terrifying result was achieved. But soon, he realized that the strength of the other world was beyond imagination, and these 21 Zhu Shun were definitely only a small part of the other world's strength. Once the other world prepared to invade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Prepare early. This time, when the other world invaded the land of the 9 prefectures, there were only 2 super Zhu Shun above the 6th heaven, so they were easily defeated by me. In the next invasion, I'm afraid there will be more than 10 or 20 super Zhu Shun, and the leader might even be a supreme Zhu Shun, Zhou Tong said softly. However, even if it's the other world, it will still need some time to prepare to draw out such a strong force. A conservative estimate is that there will be a buffer of 3 months, so hurry up. Zhou Tong gave a final warning, and then he turned around and flew directly to the Dragon Island. At the same time, on the Dragon Island, the God of War King held the Great Destruction Battle Spear in his hand, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. After Zhu Shun sacrificed Li Huiyo's corpse, the God of War had successfully broken through to the next realm. Although he still hadn't comprehended the law of the infinite realms, he had officially become the God of War, whose combat power was no weaker than Zhu Shun's. On the other side, Shao Chun, Ku, and some of the Dragon Kings on the Dragon Island also benefited a lot. Shao Chun knew that Zhu Shun's corpse was sent out by Zhou Tong. That's why after he gave half of his power to the God of War, he still gave the rest of his power to some of the little Dragon Kings, such as the tough little dragon. Shao Chun had only taken 20% of the energy from Zhu Shun's corpse. He had given away the rest. But even then, Shao Chun still benefited greatly. Countless apertures within his body had been divinized, and he had easily cultivated to the peak of the earthly impasse realm. Moreover, he was only a step away from the heavenly impasse realm. Roar! Just at this time, over 10,000 dragons suddenly roared on the Dragon Island, waking up Shao Chun and the others who were in the middle of cultivation. Everyone raised their head and saw a huge azure dragon flying across the sky and landing on the Dragon Island. Greetings, Edisaurus. The God of War reacted very quickly and immediately bowed. Edisaurus, how's the battle situation? Shao Chun and the others immediately asked. I killed my way into the other world and killed more than 10 Zhu Shun. I delayed the other world's attack for at least 3 months. However, the next attack won't be so simple. Zhou Tong shook his head. He wasn't very optimistic about the current situation of the land of the 9 prefectures. That was because the truly powerful experts of the land of the 9 prefectures still had other matters to attend to. King Pangu had to block the Stone Man King from the other world, such as the Purple Firmament Stone King. The martial ancestor, Ku's father, Suiren, and the others had also gone to the depths of the world of death. Ku's mother was in a state of deep sleep due to her serious injuries. Fuxi was also recuperating. Currently, the land of the 9 prefectures was only supported by Zhou Tong and the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. How strong is the other world? Shao Chun and the others didn't understand. Zhou Tong had killed more than 10 Zhu Shun, and the result was still not optimistic. How strong is the other world? There are at least 10 of them who are stronger than me now. Zhou Tong said, this time, it's just that they haven't made a move yet. If they really do, I can only run away. Zhou Tong was naturally talking about the other world's perfect Stone Kings and those who were infinitely close to perfect Stone Kings. These were the ones that Zhou Tong couldn't deal with now. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Of course, most of these experts couldn't casually walk around in the outside world. Those who could casually walk around in the outside world were basically no match for Zhou Tong. Let's not talk about the other world strength for now. What you need to do now is to increase your own strength. Zhou Tong casually tossed out 15 ancestor god corpses, summoned all the half-martial ancestors of the 9 prefectures who are at the 7 heavenly layer and above. If you're unable to break through to the ancestor god level in a short period of time, then become a warlord. At the very least, you will be able to fight against an ancestor god. Everyone's heart trembled. Another dozen or so Zhu Shun corpses were thrown out. The dense pressure emitted by those corpses directly caused the dragons on the Dragon Island to tremble. 3 months from now, I'll give you an opportunity. Let's see who can break through to the Ancestor God realm. Zhou Tong waved his hand as he spoke. Then, he disappeared from everyone's sight and went into seclusion. In the deepest part of the sacred mountain of dragons, in front of the graveyard of dragons, Zhou Tong sat there quietly. With a wave of his hand, 21 bubble-like things floated in front of Zhou Tong. Sealed in each bubble was the soul of a different world's Zhu Shun. At this moment, all of them were cursing and roaring. Some of them were even trembling. They were deeply afraid that Zhou Tong would torture them. It's time to refine these souls and form an eternal light source. Zhou Tong grabbed the air with his right hand and grabbed one of the souls in his palm. Then, he closed his eyes and refined it. At first, that soul had a malevolent expression, as if it was enduring some kind of pain. However, as Zhou Tong refined it, it became more and more peaceful. The consciousness left in the soul became weaker and weaker. Finally, after 3 days, the entire soul was transparent. It was like the most brilliant gemstone. The consciousness in the soul had been completely erased. Just like that, Zhou Tong refined it continuously. After more than 2 months, all 21 souls had their consciousness erased by Zhou Tong and turned into the most basic souls. It's time to ignite the souls. Zhou Tong was a little excited. He finally had the chance to personally create an eternal light source. The so-called igniting of the souls was not using the Tao fire to ignite them. It was using pressure. The terrifying pressure would naturally ignite the insides of the souls. Zhou Tong gathered the 21 souls. Then he continued to compress, and compress again. The endless pressure pressed the 21 souls until they were almost one. And in the deepest part of the souls, the terrifying pressure turned into an extreme, high temperature. Then some kind of change gradually occurred between these souls. The moment it reached a certain point, a beam of eternal light was instantly lit up. Chapter 843. This is my eternal light source. Zhou Tong looked at the eternal light source in front of him, and a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. This light source was exactly the same as the eternal light source in the evilest land. It emitted a dazzling, eternal glow, and the only difference was that it was slightly smaller. Eternal light will be depleted. The evilest land's eternal light source was once used to create a combat sword, but the remaining eternal light is still larger than mine. If I'm not wrong, the quality of the ancestor god's soul used in the evilest land's eternal light source should be far superior to mine, Zhou Tong said softly. According to Zhou Tong's own guess, the evilest land's eternal light source was most likely created using the souls of more than 10 Super Zhu Shun. There might even be souls of cultivators who walked on the path of Supreme Zhu Shun or Stone Man. That was why the eternal light source was so terrifying. But forget it. In the future, after I kill the ancestral gods of other worlds and refine their divine souls, I'll just throw them in there. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He swept his gaze and looked directly at Dragon Island. At this moment, the Zhu Shin's corpses that Zhou Tong left behind had been used up, and new battle ancestors had appeared on the island. Qiyu, Zhuangzi, Laozi, Sun Wu, and the others had all come to Dragon Island to receive the infusion and baptism of Zhu Shun's essence. With all these people here, there might be a chance for a few Zhu Shun to appear. Zhou Tong casually patted his eternal light source, and more than 20 beams of eternal light burst out. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire Dragon Island was filled with multicolored light. The eternal light was so dazzling that it attracted everyone's attention. Ah! That's the eternal light. He actually brought out so much eternal light from the evilest land. Xiao Chun and the others recognized it and exclaimed. Then, under the envious gazes of countless cultivators, the eternal light entered the bodies of all the battle ancestors and some of the ninth heaven Zhu Shun. Whether or not you can break through Zhu Shun's realm will depend on yourselves. Zhou Tong's voice echoed from the void. The dazzling light shone upon the bodies of these battle ancestors and ninth heavenly layer half-martial ancestors. Immediately, all of them received enormous benefits. However, very quickly, a magnificent vision of heaven and earth erupted in an instant. Brilliant rays of light burst out from the two of them and soared into the sky. The entire land of the 9 prefectures was filled with strange phenomena. Everything returned to life, and the grand heavenly music resounded in the sky. Zhuangzi and Qiyu. Only the two of them have broken through to Zushan. What a pity. Zhou Tong shook his head slightly. However, it made sense. Zhuangzi's spiritual realm was originally infinitely close to Zushan's, and Qiyu had fought against the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan before. Naturally, he was also the closest to Zushan's realm. They first accepted the sacrifice of Zushan's life essence, and then received the eternal light. It was normal for these things to help them advance further. After a long time, the vision of heaven and earth around Zushan dissipated, and the multicolored light on Zhuangzi and Qiyu also disappeared. Under the envious gazes of everyone, the two of them bowed to the sacred mountain of dragons and said, "Thank you, Edisaurus, for your help. There's not much time left. The next invasion of the Otherworld is coming soon. Remember, the Otherworld's strength is far beyond your imagination. Don't think about resisting. Go and settle down the creatures of the 9 prefectures with Xianyuan. Now is not the time to fight back." Zhou Tong's voice spread throughout the Dragon Island. Although they were unwilling and angry, these half-martial ancestors, battle ancestors, and Zushan understood that Zhou Tong was right. The Otherworld's strength was indeed far beyond their imagination. Fighting back now was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. What the 9 prefectures needed the most right now was not to fight, but to endure. Soon, all the other half-martial ancestors, battle ancestors, and Zushan left the Dragon Island. Only the dragons were left on the Dragon Island. At this time, Zhou Tong appeared in front of all the dragons. "This subordinate is useless. I wasted your eternal light." The god of war knelt on the ground with a face full of self-blame. Even the old dragon of the southern wasteland, the winged dragon king, had a face full of self-blame. They had such good conditions, but the ones who became Zushan were all human cultivators. At most, they could only become battle ancestors. Even if they obtained the eternal light, they would not be able to break through. Don't worry. I have as much eternal light as I want. There's no need to talk about wasting it. Zhou Tong waved his hand and took out his eternal light. The god of war was instantly stunned. The source of eternal light appeared in the hands of his own Edisaurus. In order to deal with the great calamity of the 9 prefectures, I distributed Zhu Shan's corpse to all the half-martial ancestors of the 100 races. I also gave all the half-martial ancestors and battle ancestors who met the requirements a ray of eternal light. I've done what I needed to do. Now it's time for us dragons to undergo a baptism. Gather all the dragons on the Dragon Island. All dragons will have the opportunity to enjoy the baptism of eternal light. All the half-martial ancestors will be able to enjoy a ray of eternal light. All dragons below the half-martial ancestor level will have the opportunity to share a ray of eternal light. Zhou Tong said, the eternal light was not the eternal light. It was merely the light emitted by the eternal light. It had a portion of the eternal light's power, but it was far inferior to the real eternal light. However, even a half-martial ancestor could only enjoy a ray of the real eternal light. Any more, and it would damage their divine soul. As for those below the half-martial ancestor level, they could only enjoy a ray of eternal light at most. Yes, Edisaurus. The god of war looked at Zhou Tong with a face full of fanaticism. After all, Edisaurus was the Edisaurus of dragons. The good things should be left for his own dragons. Also, distribute these Zhu Shan weapons. Those who have reached the half-martial ancestor level will have the opportunity to obtain a divine weapon. Increase their strength by as much as possible. Zhou Tong casually tossed a large number of weapons to the side. These weapons were all Zhu Shan weapons that had been refined by Zhu Shan for God knows how many years. Now that Zhou Tong had erased the brand of Zhu Shan weapons, he was going to distribute them to the dragons. Winged Dragon King, move your Winged Dragon Island over as well. It is also time for the Winged Dragon lineage to merge with the dragons. Zhou Tong looked at the Southern Wasteland's Elder Dragon and said softly, "Yes." The Winged Dragon King also nodded and revealed a trace of joy. The Winged Dragon lineage had returned to the Dragon Island. This also meant that all the winged dragons would also have the opportunity to enjoy the eternal light. Not long after, the Winged Dragon King moved his Winged Dragon Island to the vicinity of the Dragon Island. Zhou Tong used his great divine ability to refine the Dragon Island and the Winged Dragon Island into one. Very soon, the area of the Dragon Island doubled, and afterwards, countless dragons came to the vicinity of the sacred mountain one after another to pay their respects. Along with the glaring radiance, all the dragons felt as if there was an additional resplendent and eternal radiance within their body. This radiance was sufficient to benefit all the dragons at the scene for the rest of their lives. The resistance to them becoming half-ancestor in the future would be reduced by a lot. The strength of the dragons has increased, but in the end, they still need a safe place to avoid the great calamity. With a thought, Zhou Tong waved his hands unceasingly in the air. One after another, terrifying formations spread out from Zhou Tong's palms and fingers. In the end, they branded themselves on the Dragon Island. Very soon, the entire Dragon Island's mysteries became a lot more blurred and could no longer be deduced. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have escaped from the 9 continents and completely disappeared from this world. At the same time, Zhou Tong suppressed one of the sacred objects he obtained, the heavenly Bridge of Death on the Dragon Island. This further blurred the Dragon Island's mysteries. In the end, Zhou Tong shifted the Dragon Island to another location. At the same time, he captured an island that looked similar to the Dragon Island from afar. He refined it into the form of the Dragon Island and placed it at the original location of the Dragon Island. With an island that can be used as a scapegoat, in addition to the all-out concealment technique and the suppression of the sacred object, the heavenly Bridge of Death. Unless the ruler of the other world makes an all-out deduction, the Dragon Island will definitely not be discovered by others. After finishing all these, Zhou Tong finally felt relieved. Without any worries, it was time to think about how to deal with the other world. Chapter 844. The cultivators and ordinary people of the 9 regions had begun to retreat a few months ago. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, Qiyu, and Zhuangzi, the Zhu Shun took action at the same time, each of them taking away a large number of cultivators and ordinary people. At the same time, the Edisaurus ship and the Sovereign King ship also began to quickly transport the ordinary people and cultivators. Even Ku took action, opening Paradise Lost and taking away a large number of creatures. The last time Zhou Tong broke into the other world, he still bought a lot of time for the 9 regions. In the original work, the 9 regions only had a few days to evacuate, but now there were more than 3 months, so there was more than enough time. Now in the 9 regions, except for some old people who would rather die than leave their hometown, there were not many people left. All of them had left this world. After Zhou Tong hid the Dragon Island, he walked alone on the land of the 9 regions. All he saw was desolation and sorrow. The prosperity of the past was like a dream. The invasion of the other world this time is destined to be fruitless. Zhou Tong said softly. There were 2 main purposes for the invasion of the 9 regions. First, to suppress the cultivators of the 9 regions. Second, the 9 regions had developed for so many years, and countless geniuses had created all kinds of mysterious methods. The cultivators of the other world needed these methods as reference. But now, the cultivators of the 9 regions had almost all evacuated, so the other world naturally gained nothing. Even if they broke through the 9 regions, they still gained nothing. Just a few days later, suddenly in the sky above the 9 regions, 15 pitch-black space doors appeared at the same time. Then, a majestic aura descended at the same time. These Zhu Shun of the other world had learned their lesson from the last time. This time, they opened 15 space doors at the same time, and 15 Zhu Shun descended at the same time. Moreover, all of these Zhu Shun were super Zhu Shun of the 6th celestial layer or above. They really think highly of me. 5/9 celestial layer, 5/8 celestial layer, and 5/7 celestial layer. After losing these 15 super Zhu Shun, I'm afraid the whole generation of the other world will suffer a great loss. With the Edisaurus sword in hand, Zhou Tong took a step forward. The heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds lost their color. He exuded an invincible aura of supremacy. The dragon's roar beside him shook the heavens, as if a divine king was patrolling the heavens. His entire body was covered in azure dragon scale armor, and only his cold eyes were capable of shaking one's soul. God laws filled the sky. It was a simple step, but it was as if a divine sun was colliding. Clang! The Edisaurus, sword in his hand, slashed down. The boundless sword Qi covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if a galaxy had descended, severing the void and destroying time. Its peerlessly sharp aura shook the souls of those who saw it. Pu, Zhu Shun, who was closest to him, had his head cleaved open by Zhou Tong's sword. Even his body was chopped into 2 pieces. Even his soul was seized by the sword Qi. He was practically nailed to the void, unable to move. Zhou Tong casually grabbed and took away Zhu Shun's soul. In the surroundings, the pupils of the super Zhu Shun who had arrived at the same time shrank rapidly. How could an 8th heaven Zhu Shun be killed by this person from the 9 prefectures with a single move? The dragon's generation has really produced a character. There's actually an Edisaurus who has embarked on the path of the supreme Zhu Shun. We can't let you live, a 9th heaven Zhu Shun said coldly. His eyes were frightening and filled with eerie killing intent. Back then, the martial ancestor of the 9th heavens only had 4 ancestral gods of the 9th heavens. Now that we have so many super ancestral gods here, there's no way you can survive. Another ancestral god of the 9th heaven spoke out. Let's attack together and kill him. The 3rd 9th heaven Zhu Shun roared. Kill! Without waiting for Zhu Shun to attack, Zhou Tong raised the Edisaurus sword in his hand. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Sword Qi soared into the sky, and boundless killing intent surged out like a river of stars. 5 9th heaven Zhu Shun took the lead. Their divine might was vast and mighty, and their divine laws filled the sky. They didn't evade, but instead, they formed a strange formation and joined together. The 9th heaven Zhu Shun in the lead held a silver spear in his hand. Enveloped in the power and killing intent of the other 4 Zhu Shun, he rushed to meet Zhou Tong's sword Qi head-on. Boom! The silver spear shattered the void and shot out millions of cold rays, colliding with Zhou Tong's sword Qi. In an instant, earth-shattering fluctuations erupted. Like a raging sea, they swept out in all directions, causing the universe to tremble violently. The formation formed by the 5 9th heaven Zhu Shun was actually able to withstand Zhou Tong's sword. At this time, the 4 8th heaven Zhu Shun also rushed forward. They also formed a formation, and the 4 of them rushed forward as one. Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. In fact, at his current level of cultivation, other than the 5 9th level ancestor gods who were in one body, no matter how many formations an 8th level ancestor god set up, they would not be able to pose any threat to him. Clang! The Edisaurus sword hummed, and a green sword ray suddenly appeared like a rainbow. The divine ray tore through the sky, creating a terrifying scene. It was merely a flash of sword light, but it had slashed apart all 4 ancestral gods of the 8th heavenly layer. It was as if the light had entered their bodies, pierced deeply into their souls, and severed their souls in an instant. Faced with the siege of so many Zhu Shun, even Zhou Tong couldn't care less about collecting the souls of these Zhu Shun to strengthen his eternal light. He had to end the battle quickly and not show any mercy. A ninth heaven Zhu Shun wielding a demonic blade roared at the remaining seventh heaven Zhu Shun beside him. All of you, retreat. This dragon's strength is beyond our expectations. We will hold him back here. You guys form a formation and let the supreme experts of our world descend. He had already realized that Zhou Tong's strength far surpassed that of a ninth heavenly layer martial ancestor from back then. If his subordinates were to recklessly charge forward, they would definitely die. Furthermore, even if the 5 of them were to set up a formation, they would not be able to last for long. They would have to summon even more powerful experts. However, Zhou Tong had given up on the ancestral gods of the ninth firmament and directly pursued the ancestral gods of the lower realms. The sword ray was like a brilliant divine ray, illuminating the world. The Edisaurus sword in his hand was like a sun blooming with endless divine brilliance. With a puff, it split the head of Zhu Shun. Then, with a clang, it pierced the forehead of another Zhu Shun. However, the ninth heaven Zhu Shun didn't chase after him. Instead, they directly abandoned the seventh heaven Zhu Shun. A huge formation appeared in their hands. Boom! The moment the formation appeared, the entire land of the 9 continents seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. This is a divine formation refined by the supreme experts of our world, Zhu Shun. This world has been sealed by us. The supreme experts of our world already know of your existence and are about to descend. You can't escape even if you have wings. The remaining 5 Zhu Shun didn't feel sad for the death of their companions. Instead, they were in high spirits. Another Zhu Shun sneered and looked at Zhou Tong as if he was looking at a turtle in a jar. Despair. Don't even think about invading our world like last time. After these 15 passages, our world has already set up a great formation to protect you. Despair? Wait for me to kill you first. Zhou Tong killed 10 Zhu Shun in a row. His battle intent was at its peak. It was like a cyan sun had exploded. His battle intent soared to the heavens. Chapter 845. Retreat. Facing the murderous Zhou Tong, the remaining 5 Zhu Shun of the 9th celestial layer took the same action at the same time. They immediately retreated from the land of the 9 prefectures through the spatial passageways. In fact, in order to descend to the land of the 9 prefectures and kill Zhou Tong, an expert who had surpassed Zhu Shun, they had made several plans. First, 15 Zhu Shun descended at the same time to prevent Zhou Tong from targeting them one by one and killing them instantly. The core purpose of these 15 Zhu Shun was to arrange the divine map refined by the supreme Zhu Shun to prevent Zhou Tong from escaping. Then, there was the formation. These Zhu Shun formed the formation and were the vanguard to test Zhou Tong's strength. If they noticed that Zhou Tong's strength was weak, then they would directly attack and kill him. If they noticed that Zhou Tong's strength was too strong, then they would immediately retreat and wait for the experts that had truly surpassed the universe enlightened ancestral god realm to act. Do you think the land of the 9 prefectures is a place where you can come and go as you please? Zhou Tong's figure flashed and directly blocked the path of the 5 Zhu Shun. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was so strong that it was like a river of stars across the sky. Delay until the supreme experts of our world descend. The 5 Zhu Shun used the formation to block the sword, and then quickly fled to the other spatial passageways. It's useless. You can't run away. Zhou Tong sneered and turned into a green lightning. He was too fast and shuttled through the void. He surrounded the 5 in front of him. Zhu Shun attacked with the silver spear. Zhu Shun attacked with the devil's blade. Zhu Shun attacked with the axe of the east. Godly fist attacked with the fist of the west, and golden armor slaying sword attacked with the sword. The 5 Zhu Shun of the 9th celestial layer formed a battle formation and fought against Zhou Tong. For a moment, strange phenomena appeared in the land of the 9 prefectures. Terrifying rays of light burst out from the battlefield. The attacks were earth-shattering. The sky was gloomy, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the world lost its color. Crack! Finally, after 200 moves, the saber-wielding ancestral god's ancestral god weapon was shattered by Zhou Tong's divine dragon tail whip. As for the ancestral god clad in golden armor, his ancestral god battle armor was split open by Zhou Tong's ancestral dragon sword. As for the axe-wielding ancestral god, his axe was shattered by Zhou Tong's dragon claw. This dragon is too strong. The other Zhu Shan from other worlds were shocked. It hadn't been long, but they were already at an absolute disadvantage. They couldn't even run away. If reinforcements didn't come, they might really die here. This Ediosaurus was too strong. Although it looked like it was walking on the path of the supreme Zhu Shan, its body was as strong as the King of Stone. It had infinite strength and was indestructible. Even the battle formation that they were so proud of was forcefully torn apart by the Ediosaurus. PFFF. Then, Silver Spear Zhu Shan's neck was broken by Zhou Tong, causing blood to gush out. Divine Fist Zhu Shan's head was pierced through by Zhou Tong's sword. Golden Armor Zhu Shan was kicked to pieces by Zhou Tong, and his divine soul was suppressed by Zhou Tong's inner world. Demonic Blade Zhu Shan was annihilated by the dragon's divine ability erupting from Zhou Tong's dragon horn. Wild Axe Zhu Shan was forcefully refined by Zhou Tong's supreme divine power. After confirming the absolute advantage, Zhou Tong won too quickly. The battle ended in an instant. In the end, these otherworldly Zhu Shan still didn't receive any reinforcements. Has this world been sealed? Zhou Tong looked at the divine diagram in the sky. The Ediosaurus, sword in his hand, pierced through the sky, and the dragon fist was peerless and tyrannical, shattering the blue dome of heaven. Dragon Fist, 6 paths of reincarnation fist, dragon's divine ability. Zhou Tong used countless secret techniques at the same time. He soared into the sky and attacked the divine diagram. It was as if he was an unparalleled god of war fighting against an unparalleled expert. Crack. However, after attacking with all his strength, only a small crack appeared on the divine diagram. The otherworldly supreme, Zhu Shan, has indeed walked further than me. I attacked with all my strength, but I only managed to create a small crack on the divine diagram. Zhou Tong thought to himself when he saw the crack. Zhou Tong had now only taken half a step on the foundation of the 9 heavens Zhu Shan. If he had to use the standard of the supreme Zhu Shan, he could only be considered as someone who had just entered this path. However, the otherworldly supreme Zhu Shan had already walked a long distance on this path. If the path of the supreme Zhu Shan was 100 meters, then Zhou Tong could only be considered to have walked less than 1 meter. The otherworldly supreme Zhu Shan should have already walked about 50 meters. As for Ku's father, he had already walked 99 meters. He was only 1 meter away. However, since a crack has been created on the divine diagram, it also means that I have created a crack in the seal of the 9 continents. The otherworldly Zhu Shan can no longer seal me. Zhou Tong's eyes swept over and immediately calculated the location of the crack. Roar! At this moment, a long roar suddenly sounded. It was like a huge drum shaking the sky. It was dull and powerful, and it reverberated in the sky above the 9 continents. Zhou Tong's eyes swept over and saw a tall figure standing in the void like a heavenly monument. The dragons have really produced a character in this generation. Why don't we sit down and have a talk? The tall figure stepped on the void and walked over step by step. It was a middle-aged man. The style of his clothes was unknown, but it was extremely ancient. His long, grayish-brown hair was naturally curled, and it draped naturally behind his back. This person's skin was abnormally white, like a vampire who had not been exposed to the sun for many years. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, as if they could see through people's minds. The most eye-catching thing was his left arm. It was a completely petrified arm that was perfectly integrated with his flesh and blood. It was obvious that this was a Stone Man King who had walked on the path of the Stone Man King. However, for some reason, he had walked out of the demon city, so only part of his body was petrified. This person had a very contradictory and unconventional temperament. At first glance, he gave off a peaceful feeling, but upon closer inspection, he had an aura that made one's hair stand on end. What Zhou Tong was most interested in was the aura of dragons that overflowed from his body. Without a doubt, this person was a dragon. Moreover, he was a dragon who had joined the otherworldly side. So my final opponent is you, the 10th son of Edisaurus, Guqian. Zhou Tong immediately recognized this person's identity. He was the 10th son of Edisaurus. I didn't expect that after the history of 3 civilizations, there would still be someone who remembers me. Guqian also showed a hint of surprise. However, since you know it's me, you must also know the reason why they sent me here. Guqian was the 10th son of Edisaurus, but he was taken away by the Stone Man King of the otherworldly side when he was young and was fed with the flesh and blood of his 9 elder brothers. It could be said that Guqian grew up on dragon meat. The otherworldly side knew that their opponent this time was the Edisaurus, so the reason why they sent Guqian here was self-evident. Firstly, Zhou Tong was of the same race as Guqian, and Guqian had also grown up eating dragons, so it was most appropriate to send him here. Secondly, the otherworldly side adopted Guqian to grow up, so didn't they want him to deal with Kyushu? At this time, an Edisaurus appeared, so the otherworldly side could further test his loyalty. So what if I know? So what if I don't know? You and I are standing here because we have different standpoints and we need to fight. There's no need to delve into the reason. Zhou Tong said leisurely, the dozens of Zhu Shun from before were too weak, so it's just right for you to come. After recognizing Guqian, he knew that this battle was already in the bag. Although Guqian seemed to have sided with the otherworldly side on the surface, he was actually a spy on Kyushu. He had already walked the supreme Zhu Shun road to the critical point, but his combat power on the supreme Zhu Shun road was left for the otherworldly side. In this battle, he would at most use his combat power on the failed Stone Man road. Moreover, Guqian couldn't use his full strength. In the strength he could show, although he was stronger than Zhou Tong believed that he could still deal with him. How many people could be found in the universe who were stronger than him, but couldn't be crushed? He needed a battle to verify his own path. Chapter 846. Alas, Guqian sighed and said, your personality makes me very uncomfortable. As soon as he finished speaking, Guqian's temperament changed instantly. He was no longer calm, but like an unsheathed divine sword. Although there was no bloody scene, this temperament instantly turned the 9 continents world into a hell of Azura. I see, this is your Tao. In the boundless mortal world, the Tao seems to be emotionless, but it has emotions. Zhou Tong instantly understood Guqian's supreme Zhu Shin path. This was a path that used emotions to enter the Tao. He ignited his own entanglement, his own guilt, his own resentment, and all the extreme emotions, and finally turned them into resources to attack the supreme Zhu Shun path. This was a path that used emotions to enter the Tao. Zhou Tong instantly perceived another feasible supreme Zhu Shun path. Ku's father and human demon Guqian were both existences that had walked the supreme Zhu Shun path. Ku's father's path was on the space-time path. On the other hand, human demon Guqian's path was on the word emotions. His path was the path of emotions, joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, and shock. With emotions as the core, he operated his power in God's law. The more he suppressed his emotions, the fiercer his battle prowess, and the faster his progress. Another supreme Zhu Shan path that can be used as a reference. However, there are many details of this path that can only be discovered after fighting, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. However, the moment Zhou Tong's voice fell, Guqian's expression suddenly changed and became extremely ferocious. I can't let you live. Guqian roared madly. His eyes were filled with savagery. The sleeve on his left arm shattered in an instant, and even the space where he stood shattered. Zhou Tong's in the boundless mortal world, the Tao seems to be emotionless, but it has emotions had already revealed Guqian's inner anger, unwillingness, and guilt. This caused him to be greatly shocked. Moreover, this battle was definitely being monitored by the supreme Zhu Shun of this world. He did not dare to say more, for fear that Zhou Tong would reveal more information. Therefore, he attacked in anger. Even though Gu Qian's petrified arm seemed extremely ordinary and simple, it emanated a terrifying aura that made all universe-enlightened ancestral gods tremble before it. The moment he attacked, the ordinary stone arm transformed into a mountain ridge that stretched for thousands of miles. It traversed the heavens and the earth, and nothing could stop it. The stone fist destroyed everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. Buzz! Zhou Tong's fist strength was also unparalleled. The unparalleled dragon fist danced, and the heaven and earth trembled, swallowing thousands of miles. It was as if an Ediosaurus had sacrificed its entire body, turning it into a terrifying divine power to support his fist. Nearby, the heaven and earth collapsed, and the void exploded. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. This was the boundless fist's strength. With one strike, everything in the world would explode. Its divine power was invincible. He was clearly just a body of flesh and blood, but with a raise of his hand, the entire world of the 9 states was shaking. It was as if a stone man was angry. Boom! Zhou Tong's dragon fist collided with Gu Qian's stone fist. In an instant, the world changed color, and blood-red lightning exploded. The fluctuations of divine power were vast and mighty, and the boundless void was shattered millions of times. Crack! However, in the next moment, the dragon scales on Zhou Tong's fist cracked, and there was a clear, cracking sound. Then, strands of Ediosaurus blood sputtered out of his fist. Zhou Tong instantly retreated. His fist had already suffered considerable damage. The enemy in front of him was Gu Qian, after all, a supreme existence who had truly embarked on the path of stone men. That stone arm was almost comparable to the arm of the real stone man king. Good, good. I have dominated the world for hundreds of years, and I finally met an opponent who could suppress me. Fight! Being suppressed, Zhou Tong was not angry. Instead, he was happy. His ferocious fighting spirit and unparalleled aura were like flames, burning more and more fiercely. I really can't get along with you. Gu Qian was cold and heartless. His voice was as cold as ice. Die! Gu Qian let out a long howl. His eyes shot out 2 rays of yellow light, and his whole body flowed with strands of yellow light. He directly rushed forward. Boom! This was an incomparably violent attack. Gu Qian's slightly wavy hair danced wildly, and the killing intent in his eyes soared. He was like a peerless demon king. He had no defensive means at all, and his petrified arm was unparalleled. The fist's strength shook the heavens, and Zhou Tong was continuously beaten back. However, Zhou Tong did not retreat in the slightest. After being beaten back, he rushed forward and continued to fight with Gu Qian. Puffed. After dozens of moves, one of Zhou Tong's arms finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was shattered by the heavy punch of Gu Qian's petrified arm. Dragon blood with specks of green mist flowed down along the inner wall of the armor. Wong. However, Zhou Tong's body shook, and the deep sea in his body rippled with strands of divine light. In an instant, Zhou Tong's physical injuries were completely healed, and his body became stronger. After dozens of moves, Zhou Tong's back was also hit by Gu Qian's heavy fist, and his body almost exploded. But at the same time, a wave emerged from the deep sea and merged into Zhou Tong's body, causing his injuries to quickly heal, and he continued to fight. The deep sea that Zhou Tong had cultivated with the heavenly steel mystic method contained surging god power, potential, and life essence. This was Zhou Tong's greatest trump card to defeat the strong as the weak. As long as the deep sea did not dry, his potential was endless. The more dangerous the battle, the more potential it could stimulate, making him gradually stronger in the battle. The more he fought, the stronger he became, the fiercer he became. Most of the daily practice was to accumulate the foundation and potential, and the battle was to consume the foundation and unleash the potential. This was Zhou Tong's style since shrouding the heavens world. Roar! After thousands of continuous exchanges, Zhou Tong finally completely abandoned his human body and turned into the invincible Edisaurus body to continue fighting with Guqian. Guqian was also fighting this battle to show the other world that he had wasted so much time even though he had the advantage in terms of cultivation. For a moment, he was also anxious. His eyes were crimson red, as if he had gone completely mad. He actually followed Zhou Tong and transformed into his dragon form. Although Guqian was the young son of Edisaurus, he was not in the form of an Edisaurus. Compared to Zhou Tong's Edisaurus form, it was more like a flood dragon, and one of its dragon claws was still stone. The two dragons soared into the sky and directly entered the vast starry sky. The dragon's roar was endless between heaven and earth, and the vast dragon's power was like the vast sea of stars falling, shaking the 9 regions and rumbling. Throughout the entire 9 regions, whether it was the experts from the other world who had re-entered this place or the experts who had not left, they were all worried. They all understood that a battle of this level was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and a trace of the aftermath could seriously injure Zhu Shan. In this battle, whether it was Zhou Tong or Guqian, both of them were really angry. And after turning into their original forms, the two's fighting power was even more fierce. The dragon's horns tore the void. The dragon's roar shook the time. The dragon's body cut the past and present. The dragon's tail smashed the starry sky, and even a drop of dragon blood flew out, destroying a large part of the sea of stars. Zhou Tong's potential was released, and his fighting power was constantly approaching Guqian's, becoming stronger and stronger. And as Zhou Tong's potential was released, his fighting power soared, and the battle became even more intense. Even Guqian showed his greatest achievement on the path of stone. His petrified dragon arm suddenly shook out, crossing the river of stars and shaking this side of the world, and a terrifying wave shook the 9 regions. The situation that was about to be balanced was once again broken. With this attack, Zhou Tong was seriously injured again. Countless dragon scales all over his body were cracked, and a large amount of dragon blood flowed out from the cracks. Chapter 847. His combat strength has increased. Just in time. Let's fight. Waves surged in Zhou Tong's deep sea. Streaks of mysterious divine splendor rippled out, nourishing his internal organs and bones, causing his injuries to recover rapidly in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he became even stronger. Zhou Tong continued to fight with Guqian. During the battle, he felt Guqian's terrible anger, Guqian's depression, and even vaguely felt his unique supreme Zhu Shan Road. Zhou Tong sensed a brand new and perfect supreme Zhu Shan Road during the battle. Zhou Tong quickly absorbed the essence of it and corroborated and polished it with his own road. During the battle, Zhou Tong's own King's Road was also constantly moving forward, and it was becoming more and more refined. At the same time, on the other side, in another world, 3 fossil-like figures sat quietly in different places, and it was unknown how many years they had not moved. Their bodies flowed with the aura of time, as if they had been like this for hundreds of millions of years. These 3 were the 3 supreme Zhu Shan who had embarked on the supreme Zhu Shan Road. Guqian, it's a pity. His stone golem road has failed in the end. One of the supreme Zhu Shan said, "It's good that he failed. Even if he joined us, he might not be loyal to our world. He gave up on the stone golem road and walked out of the divine city. I'm afraid he has no hope of moving forward in this lifetime." Another supreme, Zhu Shan, said, "But this Edisaurus of the 9 continents can't be left alive. He has only cultivated for a few years, but he has embarked on the supreme Zhu Shan Road, and he is even constantly advancing in the battle with Guqian. His talent is too terrifying. If we don't take the opportunity to get rid of him now, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future." The third supreme Zhu Shan said in a cold voice, "Yes, he has surpassed everyone's understanding. He is an unprecedented variable, and we can't let him live." Although the 3 of them were sitting in different places, they had cultivated to their current level and could communicate freely even in different worlds. Clang! Right at this moment, a pitch-black demonic blade suddenly vibrated, erupting with a sharp, killing intent. This blade tree had a terrifying demonic nature. Bloody light flowed on its surface, indicating that it had drunk the blood of countless creatures. One could even vaguely see Zhu Shun's remnant soul struggling on the blade. In another direction, a shield soared into the sky. The light of the shield was gentle, but it seemed to be one with the heavens and the earth, as if the entire world was a part of it. This was the strongest defense, and there were even faint signs of it suppressing all worlds. Boom! On the other side, a 33-story pagoda erupted with millions of rays of light. Even the galaxy in the distant starry sky was covered by this light, appearing dim. The pagoda that suppressed the heavens seemed to have a life of its own. With a slight tremble, the boundless space-time was thrown into disorder. The three supreme treasures of Zhu Shan awakened at the same time and turned into three bloody rays that gathered together. The terrifying fluctuations of divine power and boundless divine might struck fear into the hearts of countless Zhu Shun in the other world. The last three supreme treasures flew toward Jiuzhou at the same time. Something's not right. An unprecedented crisis seems to be emerging. Zhou Tong, who was in the midst of a frenzied battle, suddenly shuddered. After taking half a step from the ninth heaven of Zhu Shan, Zhou Tong's divine sense had already reached an extremely high level. This kind of crisis that involved him could already vaguely detect some things. I can't keep fighting like this. Another powerful being from the other world is making a move. That's right, it's about time. The other world's people probably don't have the patience to continue watching me bounce around. Zhou Tong instantly understood. This rare opportunity to comprehend the Tao through battle was most likely going to come to an end. With this in mind, Zhou Tong had the intention to shift the battlefield with Gu Qian to the location where he had previously detected the flaw in the seal. The two dragons traversed through millions of galaxies and instantly appeared at that flaw. Boom! However, at that moment, Gu Qian's petrified dragon claw transformed into a fist. Wielding the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, he charged toward Zhou Tong. One could clearly see that Gu Qian's simple and unadorned fist was surrounded by dazzling divine light. It transformed into all things in the world, the universe, and the galaxy. All kinds of scenes emerged. Now, stellar transposition. Zhou Tong's arms moved, and endless god laws bloomed. These god laws received Gu Qian's attack and transferred it to the flaw. At the same time, Zhou Tong added a punch to his own body. Boom! This attack broke through the void. Zhou Tong swung his dragon tail, and the dragon soared into the sky, instantly disappearing from Jiuzhou's world. This was extremely sudden. No one expected Zhou Tong, who was still full of fighting spirit, to flee in an instant. No one expected that a flaw would appear in the already sealed Jiuzhou, and that Zhou Tong would find it in an instant and use it directly. Bang! At that moment, a huge shield that seemed to have come from ancient times broke through the sky and smashed down in the direction Zhou Tong had left. Clang! The sound of metal vibrating resounded through the sky. A pitch-black demon blade cut through the sky and appeared in outer space, slashing in the direction Zhou Tong had left. Boom! A 33-story pagoda also flew out of the void and suppressed in the direction Zhou Tong had left. The three supreme Zhu Shun of the other world also noticed the change in Zhou Tong and immediately broke through space-time to attack. However, they were still one step too late. The three divine weapons all missed and shattered large areas of star regions in outer space. The universe dimmed in an instant. The great starry sky depression. On the other side, Gu Qian was also stunned, but the coldness in his eyes became even more terrifying. Then, with a wild roar, he chased after them and disappeared in an instant. Chase, we must not let this change go. The voices of the three supreme Zhu Shan resounded in the starry sky of Jiuzhou at the same time. Boom! However, just as the three divine weapons wanted to continue chasing, the yellow river in the land of Juzhou suddenly roared. An Ediosaurus stage flew out from the source of the yellow river and suddenly suppressed the three divine weapons. One of the sacred objects of the heavens, the Ediosaurus stage, appeared. In an instant, heaven and earth stagnated, and the mysteries of heaven were in chaos. The three divine weapons were blocked by the Ediosaurus stage for a moment, and then completely lost connection with Zhou Tong and Guqian. They did not know where they had gone. The moment the Ediosaurus stage appeared, it escaped into outer space and disappeared. Damn it, the Ediosaurus stage actually appeared at this time. Did the Ediosaurus still leave behind a trace of its consciousness? It actually blocked us at the most critical moment and saved the dragons of this generation of Ediosaurus. This small change may cause countless changes in the future. We should not have intervened. As the youngest son of the Ediosaurus, Guqian's battle with the Ediosaurus will not trigger the Ediosaurus backup plan. Next, it will depend on whether Guqian can succeed or not. The cold voices of the three supreme Zhu Shun came from the three divine weapons. The three supreme Zhu Shun also miscalculated. They did not expect the Ediosaurus, which had fallen countless years ago, to have left behind a backup plan. Chapter 848. Zhou Tong left the 9 provinces and continuously broke through the barriers of various great worlds. In the end, he appeared in a world filled with a lifeless aura. There was no sign of life here. The entire world had come to an end and was about to return to chaos. Zhou Tong came to this world that was about to be destroyed and returned to his human form. With a wave of his hand, a stone table filled with spirit wine and 2 stone stools appeared beside him. At the same time, the armor on his body disappeared and turned into the dragon race's sacred tree, quietly taking root in the center of the table. Swoosh! At this moment, the world barrier broke open and Guqian chased after Zhou Tong and arrived in this lifeless world. When he saw Zhou Tong sitting there so fearlessly, he was also slightly taken aback. Then, he also returned to his human form and once again transformed into his previous melancholic appearance as he sat opposite Zhou Tong. "You're very bold," Guqian said. "When we first met, didn't you ask to sit down and talk? I'll satisfy you," Zhou Tong said with a smile. "In just one battle, you were able to see so many things." Guqian looked at Zhou Tong and sighed. Seeing Zhou Tong like this, Guqian knew that Zhou Tong had seen through his identity as a spy. Thinking back to what Zhou Tong had said before, Guqian was sure that he had revealed his king's path during their battle, allowing Zhou Tong to see some clues. However, to be able to confirm his situation based on these clues, Guqian couldn't help but secretly applaud Zhou Tong's courage and courage. As expected of the Ediosaurus that had caused so many losses to the other world, as expected of the new generation of Ediosaurus that had surpassed everyone's imagination. "I've always believed that battle is the best way to understand an opponent," Zhou Tong said leisurely. In fact, he knew that Guqian was a spy, not through the battle. But even if he didn't know the original plot, he could roughly guess Guqian's origin through this battle. "You're very smart, but sometimes it's not good to be too smart. If you know too much, you'll feel despair." Guqian sighed. "Being smart is always a good thing. The more you know, the better. What's really bad is that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It's that you don't have enough courage." Zhou Tong picked up a wine pot and filled the wine cups in front of him and Guqian before raising his cup. Bang! Guqian also raised his glass and clinked it with Zhou Tong's. "Death is nothing. Living is scarier than dying." Guqian still had that melancholic temperament. Fear and suffering are all for the living. After death, there is no more pain. So, death is the act of a coward, Zhou Tong said. Guqian also looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. Then he smiled. "I didn't expect that I would meet a second person who could say this in my life. You know what? I'm very envious of you." Guqian looked at Zhou Tong with a hint of yearning. "Such a genius, such a peerless talent. You don't care about anyone and shine brightly. I could have been like you. It's just that our circumstances are different." But I think that if our lives were exchanged, the current situation wouldn't be any different. We could still drink and chat here, Zhou Tong said. Guqian shook his head and said, I'm afraid that's not possible. You've created a brand new inheritance for the dragon clan that's different from my mother's. Furthermore, you've created this inheritance hundreds of times faster than my mother. If you were me, I'm afraid that the other world would have been turned upside down by now. How would you have the chance to drink? In the previous battle, Guqian could also see that Zhou Tong used a legacy that was different from the dragons he knew. It was definitely a new legacy that he created himself. It was not inferior to the legacy of his mother, Edisaurus. After pondering for a while, Guqian continued, You are the Lord of the Dragons. Perhaps in the future, you will be the strongest and most competent Lord of the Dragons. Only in your hands can the dragons truly live forever. The previous generations of Edisaurus could not do it. Even my mother, Edisaurus, may not be able to compare to you. Since even you have acknowledged my identity as the Lord of the Dragons, then leave the grudges of the dragons to me. Zhou Tong did not hold back at all, and directly opened his mouth to take over all the grudges between Guqian and the other world. You, Guqian verified, then shook his head. The matter of that year is already past for several civilizations, and among the enemies, only those few Stone Man King are still alive? Not necessarily. Zhou Tong stared at Guqian and said, As far as I know, the bodies of the 9 sons of Edisaurus were devoured by you, but their Dragon Ball was in the hands of the 9 Otherworld experts and was integrated into their bodies to help them break through. The 9 sons of Edisaurus were all dragons of the 9th heaven of the War Ancestor realm. Their Dragon Ball contained the origin of dragons, as well as an endless amount of essence energy. The cultivators who walked on the path of the Stone Man King, in their own ancient devil city, most of them slowly dissipated their essence chi during the process of meditation, and finally died. And after the integration of the 9 sons of Edisaurus with the Dragon Ball, it was equivalent to having a second life, and the possibility of successfully breaking through is much higher. How do you know? Guqian was really shocked this time. He did not expect that such secret information would be known by the Edisaurus in front of him. How much did he know about the Edisaurus? Things in this world will always be known by others. What's there to be curious about if I know these things? Zhou Tong picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Not only do I know about the 9 Dragon Ball, I also know that because you devoured the flesh and blood of the 9 sons and gathered their divine power, you and the Dragon Ball are constantly in contact. You can destroy those experts who have integrated the Dragon Ball at any time, causing them to completely fail at the most critical moment of breaking through and fall into despair. Zhou Tong said softly. Guqian was even more shocked. Logically speaking, only he should know about this kind of thing. How did this Edisaurus in front of him know? However, after the shock, Guqian calmed down. He looked at Zhou Tong and said, Are you thinking about my brother's Dragon Ball? That's right. In your hands, the Dragon Ball will at most be destroyed. However, in my hands, it's different. Not only can I destroy those experts, I can also create experts. Zhou Tong looked at Guqian very confidently. With my Dao. While speaking, Zhou Tong did not hide anything and directly showed his king's path to Guqian. What, this is your king's path? Guqian's expression changed slightly. The more he looked, the more shocked he felt. What kind of path was this? Sinister, cunning, solemn, sacred, imposing, indestructible, invincible. Looking at Zhou Tong's king's path, Guqian felt as if he was facing the heavens, as if he was facing the most dazzling thing in the world. But soon, Guqian jumped out of all kinds of illusions. Looking through the surface to see the essence, he quickly realized the true meaning of Zhou Tong's king's path. Chapter 849. Guqian looked at Zhou Tong's path of regal domination, and his expression changed. In the end, he sighed and said, I see, so this is your path of regal domination. You're right, the 9 Dragon Ball is better in my hands than it is in yours. Then, he looked at the sacred tree of dragons that Zhou Tong had placed on the table and said, This tree is about to sprout its 8th leaf. Since that's the case, I'll give you a hand and fulfill your wish." As he spoke, Guqian suddenly released the divine power in his body. At the same time, he also poured out the enlightenment of the 9 sons of the Edisaurus to feed Zhou Tong's brand new sacred tree of dragons. Pop. After receiving the nourishment of Gu Qian's divine power, the 8th leaf of the sacred tree of dragons finally grew from a tender shoot. Moreover, the image of the 9 sons of the Edisaurus appeared on the leaf. Gu Qian also poured a portion of the divine power of the 9 sons of the Edisaurus into Zhou Tong's sacred tree, so the image of the 9 sons appeared on the leaf. "Thank you." Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. The 8th leaf had taken shape. Although it was still a little unstable, he just needed to comprehend it properly and completely refine the power left behind by Gu Qian, and there would be no future problems. "These are the things you need." Gu Qian poured in more than half of his divine power, and his whole body was a little dispirited, but his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and a strand of divine sense told Zhou Tong all the information about the 9 Dragon Ball and the expert who had fused with it. After entrusting the things, Gu Qian seemed to be a lot more relaxed, and the depression on his face disappeared by half. "I've given you everything you wanted. Take care of yourself." Gu Qian seemed quite relaxed at the moment. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of Zhou Tong. Gu Qian, after leaving everything to me, he instantly relaxed a lot. If I'm not wrong, he has already comprehended the last step of the Supreme Zhu Shun, Zhou Tong thought when he saw how relaxed Gu Qian was. "I'm afraid that the only Supreme Zhu Shun in all the realms is about to be born. However, I have to work harder and not fall too far behind." With this thought, Zhou Tong immediately turned his attention to his sacred tree of dragons and carefully sensed the divine power of the great Tao of the 9 sons of Edisaurus. At the same time, he recalled the information that Gu Qian had told him, and he could vaguely sense the 9 supreme existences of the other realms. Of those 9 people, one of them is walking the supreme Zhu Shun path, and the other 8 are walking the Stone Man King path. Among them, the supreme Zhu Shun and the 5 Stone Man King are breaking through in the other realms, and the other 3 Stone Man King are in the Chaos Heaven realm. Zhou Tong carefully sensed and thought to himself. He felt that he had the ability to destroy these quasi-kings who had walked more than half of the path in an instant. The next step is to further perfect the path. Zhou Tong held the sacred tree with both hands, carefully analyzed the divine power and great Tao of the 9 sons, and further integrated it into his own path. Zhou Tong's path of kings is between the supreme Zhu Shun and the Stone Man King path. It can be said that once cultivated, he will have both the supreme Zhu Shun's divine sense and the Stone Man King's body. But since it is a path, there must be a core of the path. The core of Zhou Tong's path of kings is the shrouding the heavens world's true dragon treasure technique. Since the beginning of his arrival in this world, Zhou Tong has been working hard to transform the true dragon treasure technique into the cultivation method of this world and integrate it into the cultivation system of the world of immortals. At his current realm, the true dragon treasure technique has naturally become Zhou Tong's own path of kings. And what is the core of the true dragon treasure technique? The answer is change. Dragons can be big or small and can rise or hide. The true dragon is the race most adept at change, and the core of the true dragon 9 transformations is the pinnacle of this kind of change. The core of the true dragon treasure technique is change, and the heavenly steel of the world of immortals is closer to the essence of the great Tao. The great Tao recorded on each heavenly steel is the most essential thing between heaven and earth, all-inclusive. When Zhou Tong's true dragon treasure technique and this heavenly steel mysterious technique combined, it was immediately evolved to the limit of change by Zhou Tong and turned into his own path of kings. With the change of the true dragon treasure technique as the core, it integrated the profound meaning of the heavenly steel mysterious technique. This path, Zhou Tong called True Dragon Tao Transformation. Time passed day by day. Zhou Tong quietly sat cross-legged in this dried-up and deathly still world, holding the sacred tree of dragons in his hand, and using his path of kings to integrate the divine power of the 9 sons of the great Tao. Boom! A few years later, with a loud sound, the world he was in finally couldn't hold on and completely collapsed. Everything turned back into primal chaos. And Zhou Tong was still bathing in the primal chaos, comprehending his own Tao while feeling the destruction of the world and the path of heaven and earth returning to primal chaos. Following Zhou Tong's evolution, the primal chaos around him also evolved, turning into all kinds of patterns such as flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Boom! In an instant, this primal chaos evolved into one of the 9 sons of Ediosaurus, Yazi. It was shaped like a wolf, covered in pitch-black scales, and surrounded by a bloody mist. Roar! In the next moment, it changed again, turning into a malevolent, lion-like giant beast, with mist curling around its body and dense scales. This was also one of the 9 sons of Ediosaurus, Swanee. Roar! Then, the primal chaos evolved, and the place changed again. Pishio, Swanee, Tautai, Swanee. The images of the 9 sons of Ediosaurus continuously evolved in the primal chaos. And when they evolved to the extreme, a rain of light fell, and the turbulent primal chaos seemed to have transformed into a pure land. In the end, all the scenes disappeared, and the large expanse of primal chaos in the end transformed into streaks of dragon chi, which curled around Zhou Tong, roaring up and down like roaring Ediosaurus. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes and stood up. The 8th leaf of the holy tree in his hand had also completely stabilized, and the image of the 9 sons of Ediosaurus began to change from the core to the image of the 9 sons of Ediosaurus. 9 Dragon Sons Tao has been completely integrated, so now it's time to find trouble with those otherworldly cultivators who have integrated 9 Dragon Sons Dragon Ball. Zhou Tong stood up, and the holy tree of dragons turned into a stream of light that pounced on him, finally transforming into a set of azure dragon scale armor. The otherworldly realm is too dangerous, and it's likely that they're guarding against me, so I'll go and destroy the 3 stone men in the primitive celestial realm first. With that, Zhou Tong turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the primal chaos. Zhou Tong had long known how to go to the primitive celestial realm. When he had searched Hongjuan's soul, he had learned many things about the primitive celestial realm. Not long ago, Guqian had also sent some information about the primitive celestial realm to Zhou Tong. Chapter 850. Zhou Tong had broken through the world barrier and arrived at the great desolate realm. What appeared before him was a pure land with beautiful mountains and rivers. Celestial mountains were faintly discernible and surrounded by auspicious clouds. He could vaguely see Luans and phoenixes dancing. In the distance, there were also picturesque mountain peaks surrounded by vines that emitted a refreshing fragrance. Occasionally, there were even some exposed rocks that exuded rich essence energy. In the sky not far away, there were streams of spiritual energy condensed into rivers that flowed through the sky, accompanied by dense, colorful fog. Most importantly, the spiritual energy here was not only rich but also very lively. Zhou Tong didn't deliberately circulate his energy, only breathing a few times, and he could see the spiritual energy condensing into specks of light that condensed into his body. This is the great desolate realm. When Zhou Tong came to this world, he immediately felt a comfortable feeling. The heaven and earth essence chi here was too dense, like a dragon entering the sea. But there's no time to look at the scenery. I have to hurry. According to the original work, the Stone Man King in this world should have 10 or 20,000 years to break through the final stage, Zhou Tong secretly said. In the original work, the dragon's essence energy in their bodies had been ignited by Guqian at the most critical moment of their breakthrough. In the end, all their efforts were in vain. Without Guqian, there would be at least 8 more Stone Man King in this world, and there might even be a supreme Zhu Shun. Zhou Tong followed the information given by Gu Qian and rushed forward, rushing towards the Stone Man King's Nirvana City. Finally, he arrived at a vast plain. Looking from afar, he could see a primeval devil city standing there quietly. No living beings dared to approach it. This demon city was completely different from the one Zhou Tong had seen before. It was in good condition and didn't have many traces of time, as if it was regularly cleaned. Moreover, when he sensed it carefully, he could vaguely see strands of life essence gathering in the city. This stone man is a Dragon Ball that fused with one of the 9 dragon sons. Baian. Zhou Tong also sensed it. He sensed that Baian's unique essence was near the Devil City, not far away. However, he didn't act rashly because he sensed that although Baian's Dragon Ball's aura was near the Demon City, it didn't condense. The real Dragon Ball was in another place, hidden in the void, and there was another Demon City. Oh, very cautious. The city on the surface is just a facade. Perhaps that stone man in seclusion suppressed a city, then sent a strand of his divine sense into it, and set up this city here to set up a deceptive formation, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart, if he was disturbed. Even if the path was correct, even if he was about to reach the end, he would still fail. Therefore, Zhou Tong understood that the stone men used various methods to hide the real demon city. However, this stone man is only doing this to not lose its sense of the outside world. When it reaches the most critical moment, it needs to gather all of its divine sense. This is my chance. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged, and a Daozu dragon essence energy rushed out of his body. Buzz! The void trembled slightly. The dragon-shaped Edisaurus essence energy changed rapidly, and finally turned into a Baian. Its aura was no different from that of Baian, one of the 9 sons of Edisaurus. The core of the path of the true dragon was change. After fusing with the essence of the divine steel mysterious technique, the path of the true dragon was formed. It could completely disguise its own essence energy as Baian's essence energy. At the same time, Zhou Tong buried a strand of divine sense into the essence energy. Go! Zhou Tong directly sent this wisp of essence chi that concealed his spiritual sense into the demon city in front of him. At the same time, in the demon city, a broken stone man opened his eyes and revealed a hint of surprise. There seems to be an unusual fluctuation just now. Am I overthinking? The terrifying divine sense scanned slightly, but did not find anything strange. It's about time. My original body is going to make the final breakthrough in a few tens of thousands of years. I should prepare in advance. The broken stone man opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom! The demon city began to shake slowly, and the life essence in it slowly condensed into the stone man like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Naturally, the strand of divine sense and essence energy that Zhou Tong sent into the stone man's body was also naturally absorbed by the broken stone man. As the divine sense entered the body, Zhou Tong's divine sense quickly simulated the stone man's divine sense, and then merged with the stone man's original divine sense. Next, wait for the original body's summons. The stone man then slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Just as he was sleeping, Zhou Tong's divine sense simulated his divine sense and constantly devoured the stone man's original divine sense, growing bit by bit. It's starting to gather divine sense. So soon? Zhou Tong instantly sensed the change in the divine sense that he sent out and revealed a hint of joy. Tao Wu's Dragon Ball is almost done. Next is Tao Wu and Tao Tai. Zhou Tong checked his divine sense one last time, and then immediately went far away, rushing to the other 2 demon cities. The key to his search for these Nirvana stone men was that Zhou Tong wanted to simulate the paths of these stone men with his own Tao. Therefore, he sent out a strand of his divine sense to assimilate with these stone men and slowly strengthen his divine sense. Finally, he could use his divine sense to understand their paths and replace them. If it were other stone men, Zhou Tong naturally would not be able to replace them so easily. In fact, it would be impossible to do so. However, these stone men had a natural flaw. They had fused with the Dragon Ball of the 9 sons of the Edisaurus, and did not refine the Dragon Ball. This was actually the reason why Ge Qian could easily kill them in one fell swoop in the original work. They had fused with the Dragon Ball, allowing the Dragon Ball to constantly release essence to help them when they were undergoing nirvana, thus increasing the success rate of nirvana. This step was a very correct and smart move in their eyes. But the Dragon Ball in their bodies had an unbreakable connection with Ge Qian, which became the reason for their demise. After Ge Qian gave the great Tao of the 9 sons of the Edisaurus to Zhou Tong, this connection was naturally handed over to Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong's method was different from Ge Qian's. Ge Qian directly used this connection to destroy the Dragon Ball, but Zhou Tong took advantage of the fact that these stone men had not refined the Dragon Ball and their essence was not pure, taking the opportunity to replace them. He used his own divine sense and essence to simulate the dragon essence and essence of the 9 sons of the Edisaurus and poured it in. This kind of dragon essence could easily be mistaken by these stone men as the dragon essence and essence of the Dragon Ball in their bodies, causing them to be caught off guard. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that when the stone men were undergoing the final breakthrough, their consciousness would fall into a deep sleep. It was like a country where the monarch never cared about politics and only cared about his own entertainment. If it was a normal stone man, then this kind of monarch would not care because all the civil and military officials were loyal to him. However, these stone men with the Dragon Ball in their bodies were equivalent to all the civil and military officials having their own thoughts. In this kind of situation, if the monarch did not care about politics, it was equivalent to giving away the opportunity to be in power. When the time came, with these subordinates, with their own thoughts, they could completely replace all the civil and military officials with their own people step by step. There was no fierce confrontation, no fighting, but the country unknowingly changed dynasties. Chapter 851. Zhou Tong walked in the heavenly realm. He kept a low profile, just to find the place where the Stone Man King underwent nirvana. In just over a month, he successfully found the other 2 demon cities and buried his divine sense in the bodies of these stone men, preparing to replace them in the long years to come. After dealing with the 3 cities in the Great Desolation Realm, Zhou Tong did not stop and directly left the Great Desolation Realm, rushing to the other world. He must be in a hurry now. These stone men who had fused with the 9 Dragon Ball had already been silent for 3 centuries. The next period of time was the most crucial time for them. If he dilly-dallied, he might miss this rare opportunity. Zhou Tong's true dragon technique was extremely good at hiding when he was in the shrouding heaven world. Now that it had become the system of the world of immortals, and after fusing with the mysterious heavenly steel technique, it had reached the pinnacle of transformation. That was why he was able to sneak into the other world without being discovered by anyone. At the same time, on the other side of the other world, this was a place where there were few people. There was an extremely special spiritual lake here. The golden lake water was like molten gold. Dark green lotus leaves floated quietly in the golden lake water. The lake water was occasionally dotted with red lotus flowers. The lake water was filled with mist, and the lotus fragrance was faint. On the lakeside, green jade grass grew, overflowing with spiritual energy. The fragrance assailed the nose, and it was brilliant. In the lake, there was a small boat. A somewhat melancholy, somewhat ethereal, and somewhat carefree middle-aged man was playing the zither. This person was the human demon Ge Qian. After meeting with Zhou Tong, he had almost completely unloaded the burden in his heart, so his temperament had changed a little. He no longer had the slightest obsession in his heart. Now he had broken through the realm and become a true supreme Zhu Shun, a supreme Zhu Shun of great perfection. Ge Qian's hands stroked the zither strings. The music was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, making the soul calm. The fish in the water circled around his boat. Ding! Suddenly, this person stopped playing the zither and pressed his hands on the zither strings. A pair of calm and natural eyes had a trace of surprise. So, you've already infiltrated the other world. Your Tao is very strong, especially what you're doing now. If you succeed, you will most likely become the strongest king in all the worlds. Guqian said softly, if you succeed, the pressure on 9 regions will be greatly reduced. The other 8 Stone Man King are easy to deal with, but the one who walks the path of Supreme Zhu Shun is different. Guqian's eyes turned as if he saw the Supreme Zhu Shun in seclusion. During the process of the Stone Man King's breakthrough, there was a deep sleep step. This process was the most crucial step for Zhou Tong to truly deceive everyone and steal the Stone Man Dao fruit. However, the cultivators who walked the path of Supreme Zhu Shun didn't have this kind of slumber. Because the Stone Golem path mainly transformed the physical body, one's consciousness could fall into a deep sleep. However, the Supreme Ancestor God path transformed one's divine sense, and one would be awake almost all the time. Under such circumstances, it was completely impossible to seize the Supreme Zhu Shun's Dao fruit. Even the Great Perfection Stone Man King couldn't do it. This was because even the Great Perfection Stone Man King might not be able to compare to the Supreme Zhu Shun in terms of the strength of his consciousness. I'm the only one in all the worlds who can use my consciousness to suppress the Supreme Zhu Shun. Fine, I'll help you. Guqian's consciousness moved, and suddenly he silently came to the side of the Supreme Zhu Shun who was in seclusion. Crack! His consciousness was like a sword, instantly slashing into the person's mind. The Supreme Zhu Shun's mind shook violently. In an instant, he lost control of his consciousness, and the scattered consciousness merged into his body without reservation. You've walked the path of Supreme Zhu Shun, but unfortunately, you're still one step behind me. Guqian looked at the unconscious man in front of him and said leisurely. There was no anger or killing intent in his voice, as if he was looking at a blade of grass or a stone by the roadside. This is the only thing I can help you with. Guqian flew out and casually informed Zhou Tong. Then, he disappeared and returned to the Golden Lake. The sound of the zither rang out again, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Zhou Tong, who had just sneaked into the other world, was slightly stunned. Guqian sent me a voice transmission. He's already done something to the Supreme Zhu Shun? Zhou Tong was a little surprised. His actions were already very secretive. Zhou Tong firmly believed that even the Great Perfection Stone Man King would not know that he had entered the other world if he did not use his consciousness to maintain the entire world. He did not expect that Guqian would be able to detect it. Not only did he detect it, but he also informed me with his consciousness so openly. He's not afraid of the Stone Man King in the slightest. It seems that Guqian has really broken through. Supreme Zhu Shun's Great Perfection. His father hasn't even passed the last stage, but he's already done it. The only Supreme Zhu Shun in the entire universe. Zhou Tong was also looking forward to it. The path of Supreme Zhu Shun was too difficult. It was much more difficult than the Stone Man King. There was almost no possibility of success. But it's my turn now. Zhou Tong was full of confidence. He immediately took action. In order not to expose his identity, he kept an extremely low profile in the other world. For 3 whole years, he ran through all the dangerous places in the other world in search of the Stone Men and Supreme Zhu Shun who had fused with the Dragon Ball. Fortunately, the places where the Stone Men and Supreme Zhu Shun had broken through were extremely secretive. There were no cultivators nearby at all. Therefore, Zhou Tong did not attract anyone's attention when he wandered around these places. First, he found a stone man who had fused with the Yazi Dragon Ball in an ancient battlefield in the other world. Then, he found a stone man who had fused with the Pishio Dragon Ball in a dangerous place. He found a stone man who had fused with the Baiyan Dragon Ball on a floating continent. He found a stone man who had fused with the Chi and Dragon Ball on a lonely ancient planet in the depths of the starry sky. He found a stone man who had fused with the Pu Lao Dragon Ball in the prison world of the other world. Finally, he found the person who had been plotted against by Guqian and walked on the path of supreme Zhu Shun in a chaotic space-time. This person had fused with the Bian Dragon Ball. Especially when he saw the last person, Zhou Tong could not help but sigh at the power of supreme Zhu Shun. This person had been plotted against by Guqian, and his consciousness had been scattered. He was the most suitable person for Zhou Tong to seize his Dao fruit. Guqian's tricks were completely in line with his own path. The 9 Dragon Balls have all been dealt with. I'm just waiting for these people to succeed. Zhou Tong did not continue to stay in the other world. After all, this was the enemy's camp. He came quietly and left quietly. In the entire other world, except for Guqian, no one knew that he had been here. Chapter 852. After leaving the other world, Zhou Tong immediately headed to a chaotic world, the Sinful Lands. The Sinful Lands was a name given by the other world. This world was the predecessor of the 9 provinces, but had been destroyed in the war with the other world. The battle between the Stone Man King and the Stone Man King had turned the entire world into a forbidden area. The remnants of the king's divine power wreaked havoc there, enough to obliterate everything in the world. Apart from the kings, not many people dare to go there. However, to Zhou Tong, it was the safest place. He was prepared to meditate there and break through to the king realm. The Sinful Lands were very terrifying. When the blood-red sun set, the world instantly turned pitch black. Then, a bone-chilling wind crushed the earth, emitting a mournful howl. Then, a black wind swept over like a raging wave, causing one's hair to stand on end. Buzz! Buzz! As the wind blew, Zhou Tong's armor buzzed in the wind. The Black Peak was capable of obliterating everything in the world. Even Zhou Tong's armor was trembling. He could sense the terrifying destructive power contained within the gale. Even an ancestor god of the 9th celestial realm could be instantly obliterated if he were to be here. After the wind blew, the entire world fell silent. A desolate and barren aura assaulted his face. After midnight, 3 blood moons rushed out from the dark clouds, sprinkling down demonic blood-red moonlight. However, as the blood-red moonlight sprinkled down, a mysterious and vast power came from the central region of the world. Facing this power, Zhou Tong felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. However, this mysterious power instantly disappeared, replaced by another mysterious power. It led Zhou Tong forward in a certain direction. Zhou Tong followed the mysterious power and continued forward. Finally, he saw a blood-red light that rushed into the sky. Within this blood-red light, there was a mysterious and enormous palace. Boom! At that moment, the blood-red light seemed to sense Zhou Tong's arrival. Thousands of blood-red lights turned into a sea of blood and charged at Zhou Tong. They wanted to crush Zhou Tong. Even Zhou Tong found it difficult to resist the bloody light at such a close distance. Cracks began to appear on his armor. However, at this moment, the blood-red light seemed to have lost its offensive power and rippled around Zhou Tong like water. This was a type of camp identification. It was identifying whether the camp of the 9 prefectures or the camp of the other world. Of course, if one's strength was too weak, even the people of the 9 prefectures would not be able to withstand it unless they had some kind of unique token on them. After obtaining the approval, Zhou Tong continued forward. Along the way, he saw a few corpses of stone golems. These are the corpses left behind after the death of a perfect stone golem. One could only imagine how terrifying the battle back then was. At the same time, the palace was also showing Zhou Tong some of the scenes from the chaotic lands billions of years ago. Walking into the deepest part of the huge palace, Zhou Tong saw an unexpected yet expected figure. Xiao Chun. Zhou Tong muttered this name softly. Logically speaking, he should have left the 9 prefectures with Emperor Huang, Xinyuan, and the others. Why would he appear here? Moreover, he had actually cultivated to the half-martial ancestor realm. Moreover, the divine map was floating around him. How could he have the chance to cultivate to the half-martial ancestor realm in such a short period of time? Zhou Tong's voice also woke up Xiao Chun, who was comprehending the Tao. He suddenly turned his head and saw Zhou Tong. He exclaimed, "Edisaurus? Are you really okay?" He still remembered what Emperor Huang Xianyuan had said before he left. Emperor Huang Xianyuan had said that Zhou Tong had stayed behind to cover their retreat. Xiao Chun had even imagined that Zhou Tong might have been killed, but he did not expect to meet him again. Why would I be okay? Although the other world sent 15 Super Zhu Shun to attack together, how could they be my match? Zhou Tong said leisurely. But you, why are you here? In your cultivation, I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you break through so quickly? It's like this. Xiao Chan was pleasantly surprised and told him about his experience in the past few years. Although they had left on the Edisaurus ship, because of the Ku family, they had returned to the past and saw the city where Ku family's great ancestor had been reborn. Xiao Chun had used the space-time mystic realm set up by the Ku family to cultivate. Therefore, in just a few years, he had cultivated to this stage and even condensed the Divine City. This place was different from the original work. In the original work, Xiao Chun and the others had been chased by Zhu Shun from the other world, so the other world had also discovered the city. Naturally, Ku family's great ancestor could not leave them here. But now, no one was chasing them at all, so Xiao Chun seized this opportunity and quickly broke through. I was sent here by a stone man who had failed to be reborn. Xiao Chun finally said, and used his divine power to describe the appearance of that person. Zhou Tong was speechless. You actually met him, you know him? Xiao Chun exclaimed. Among the cultivators sent by the other world, the previous 15 Super Zhu Shun were just the appetizers. In fact, the one who fought with me in the end was him, an existence that surpassed Zhu Shun. You met him and are still alive. I have to say, this is a miracle. Zhou Tong smiled. Guqian must have returned to the other world after chatting with Xiao Chun. Then, he happened to meet Xiao Chun and gave him a fortuitous encounter. Of course, Zhou Tong was not prepared to tell Xiao Chun that Guqian was a spy. It would not be good if he really told Xiao Chun this kind of thing. Xiao Chun was an important chess piece of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He would definitely encounter all kinds of things in the future. If he accidentally exposed himself and let the people of the other world know that Guqian was a spy, what would he do? Guqian was not in trouble now. He had broken through, and Zhu Shun had reached great perfection. At worst, he could just leave. However, Zhou Tong was in trouble. After the news of Guqian being a spy spread, the other world would definitely thoroughly investigate the people and things related to Guqian. Even the matter of the Edisaurus would be exposed. At that time, the Stone Man King might even personally take action. At that time, the other world would have the opportunity to find out what Zhou Tong had done. Although the possibility was very low, Zhou Tong did not want to risk his own path. Even you can't do anything to him. Xiao Chun was shocked. Among the people that Xiao Chun knew, the strongest and most mysterious cultivator, besides Ku's father, was Zhou Tong. He did not expect that even he could not do anything to the stone man from the other world. Isn't it normal that I can't do anything to him? Although I have the confidence to be invincible. After all, I have only cultivated for a short time. Guqian has cultivated 3 more civilizations than me. It's already not bad that I can contend with him, Zhou Tong said leisurely. But your luck is not small. You actually obtained this divine map. Zhou Tong's eyes immediately focused and looked at the divine map beside Xiao Chun. This map was the most terrifying thing here. There were 50 great Daos and 49 heaven evolutions. Among them, 49 battle swords were the so-called heaven evolutions. The formation diagram was the elusive one. The combination of the battle swords and the formation diagram was a complete great Dao without any omissions. After the last battle in the original work, the heavenly steel was destroyed, the yellow clay platform was destroyed, the 3 emperors' mirror was destroyed, and the 5 emperors' pagoda was also destroyed. Almost all the sacred items in the heavens were destroyed. Only the battle swords and the divine map survived to the end. The combination of the complete battle swords and the divine map was the battle strength of an emperor. It could be said that this divine map was an emperor-level formation diagram. It was many times better than the formation diagram that Zhou Tong refined in shrouding the heavens world. This was definitely the strongest formation diagram he had ever seen. Chapter 853. Being stared at by Zhou Tong like this, Xiao Chun felt a little nervous. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. If the other party really wanted the divine map, Xiao Chun had no way to stop him. Moreover, the other party had stayed behind alone during the great tribulation of the 9 regions, which made Xiao Chun admire him. If the divine map can play a greater role in his hands, I'll give it to him, Xiao Chun said in his heart. Zhou Tong keenly sensed Xiao Chun's thoughts and said, "Don't worry, I won't snatch your divine map. But you shouldn't mind if I try to comprehend it a little, right?" "No problem." Xiao Chun nodded his head and handed over the divine map beside him. However, Zhou Tong didn't take it and said, "Compared to directly comprehending the divine map, I want to witness the birth of the divine map. I know that your divine map is condensed from a sword. If you don't mind, I hope to integrate a wisp of my divine sense into the sword and witness the birth of the divine map." Compared to the result, he cares more about the process. Xiao Chun was slightly shocked, as if he felt that this was a completely different way of doing things from him. Puzzled, Xiao Chun immediately asked, "Is the process of condensing the divine map even more mysterious?" While speaking, Xiao Chun also took out all his swords and handed them to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong said, "Xiao Chun, although you have cultivated to the half-ancestor realm, your cultivation of the most fundamental divine tablet mysterious method is too poor. When you fight the enemy now, you rely on the sword, the divine map, and the 9-part stone man in your body, right? Have you ever relied on your own fundamental cultivation method?" Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Ever since he had obtained various treasures, he had always been able to use them against his enemies. He had always been successful. Even when he was a half-martial ancestor, he was not at a disadvantage when facing an ordinary ancestor god. However, if he abandoned these treasures, with his true cultivation, he absolutely couldn't confront Zhu Shun. "With my cultivation, how can I win against Zhu Shun?" Xiao Chun asked. Zhou Tong said, "When I left Dragon Island with you, I once fought against an expert of the immortal realm at the gate of Celestial City with the airborne realm and won." Xiao Chun was overwhelmed with shock. He had heard about this battle before. It was 1 year after he left the Dragon Island and arrived at the Celestial City. At that time, he still thought Zhou Tong's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached the Nirvana realm. Only until today did he find out that Zhou Tong was only at the Zephyr realm. Dragon's divine sword, that was I. Dragons of a half a off. Was. Of. Dragons. Was. Of. A. Of. Later, I dominated the underworld. You know it. Later, in front of Zhu Shun's Yuchao Heavenly Palace, I fought all the experts of the realm of immortals who were below the absolute realm. At that time, I was only in the Fish Leap realm. Zhou Tong paused for a while and said, "You know what I mean, right?" Xiao Chun was silent. He didn't know how to answer. He thought that he was already a peerless genius. He had always been able to fight those above his level. But compared to the Eddisaurus in front of him, he really felt that he was far too weak. Cultivation level and combat strength are not equal. A true genius should dig deep into his own fundamental cultivation method and divine ability, and not rely on external objects. Zhou Tong continued, "You know a thing or two about Ku's family's background. They are an extremely special existence, even in the myriad worlds. To be honest, the potential of their race is even above that of the dragons. But you also saw it when we were on Dragon Island. Whether it is magic or combat skills, Ku is far inferior to me, a dragon king who is cultivated for the same amount of time. That's all I have to say. You can comprehend it yourself." Zhou Tong picked up Xiao Chen's battle sword and merged a wisp of his divine sense into the battle sword. He simulated the operation of the power inside the battle sword and used it to strengthen his own divine sense. He didn't hide any of these actions from Xiao Chun. He did it in front of him. Even the wisp of divine sense didn't deliberately hide it from Xiao Chun. Since Xiao Chun was willing to treat others with sincerity, Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't play any tricks with him. "Oh, you're nourishing your divine sense so soon." Zhou Tong returned the battle sword to Xiao Chun. He was slightly stunned. The divine sense that he had infused into the battle sword and assimilated with the battle sword was growing stronger at an unimaginable speed. According to this speed, it would take at most 50 years for the divine sense to be strengthened to the level of Zhu Shun. Then, after a few hundred years, it would reach the limit of Zhu Shun. One must know that this was the divine sense in each of the battle swords. Moreover, Zhou Tong had only infused a wisp of divine sense into each of the battle swords. In the future, when these divine senses are strengthened to the 9th level of Zhu Shun, or even surpass Zhu Shun, I'll take them back. Then my path will be much smoother, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. However, he still felt that it was a pity. Xiao Chun had only found 33 battle swords. He still lacked 16 battle swords to truly form a complete formation diagram. In the end, he could only obtain the incomplete battle swords and the formation diagram. But forget it. If it's an incomplete diagram, then so be it. In the future, when I cultivate to a higher realm, I might be able to complete this diagram. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at the engraved diagram in front of Xiao Chun. It was a diagram of 5 figures. These 5 figures were either as calm as the ocean, as domineering as the void-pierced stage, as calm as the void-pierced stage, or boundless majesty. Each of them had a different expression. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they had been reborn. The great Tao inheritance of the 5 kings of the chaotic land. Zhou Tong said softly. The 5 kings of the chaotic land. Xiao Chun also fell silent. These were the true ancestors of the land of the 9 prefectures. This kind of imprint is very precious. Learn as much as you can. It will be useful in the future. However, there's a hidden danger here that we must guard against. Zhou Tong said. A hidden danger? Xiao Chun exclaimed. This is the imprint of the ancestors of the land of the 9 prefectures. How can it be stolen by someone from another world? Zhou Tong snorted coldly. It's here. Zhou Tong stretched out his hand and grabbed a corner of the palace's foundation with his huge dragon claw. Immediately, a broken stone man was pulled out from the ground by Zhou Tong. As soon as the stone man appeared, his eyes emitted a cold light. He stared at Zhou Tong and Xiao Chun. A terrifying killing intent swept across the sky and earth. A living stone man king, Xiao Chun exclaimed. This was a living stone man. His body had been completely destroyed after countless years of suppression. His complete stone body had turned into yellow soil. Only half of his head, left shoulder, and right arm were left. Even his divine sense was as weak as a candle in the wind. Even so, the terrifying aura emitted from his body almost suffocated Xiao Chun. This was the terrifying power of the great perfection Stone Man King. Chapter 854. You are not my descendants. You are the descendants of the sinners of the chaos. The Stone King only had one eye left. He looked at Zhou Tong and Xiao Chun faintly, and even the voice he emitted was a little weak. His body was almost completely destroyed, but that terrifying majesty still existed. There's no need to say anything more. I just need a stone man to replenish my potential. It's also a good opportunity to spy on your stone man path. Zhou Tong's divine sense fluctuated like a vast ocean, directly penetrating half of the Stone King's head and reaching the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. The terrifying fluctuation of divine sense made Xiao Chun, who was at the side, tremble. Even though he had the divine diagram, at this moment, he felt that his divine soul was like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. It could capsize at any time. It's just the aftermath of the divine sense, and even through the divine diagram, it gives me such a feeling. Supreme Zhu Shun, it's really a terrifying realm. Xiao Chun was shocked again. Such a divine sense, and it's still a supreme Zhu Shun? You want to get my divine sense treasury? Impossible. Even if I'm destroyed, I won't let you succeed. The remaining Stone Man King was very stubborn. Even if he self-destructed, he didn't want to expose his divine sense treasury to Zhou Tong. But it was too late. This stone man was already a candle in the wind. His incomplete divine sense was nothing in front of Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong directly controlled and refined it. At the same time, Zhou Tong waved his arms and hit the stone man's broken body with a divine ability, extracting all the remaining divine power and life essence. The opportunity left behind by the ancestors, whoever sees, it will have a share. Zhou Tong directly gave half of the divine power and life essence to Xiao Chun. In an instant, countless acupoints in Xiao Chen's body divinized. At this time, Zhou Tong completely opened the stone man's divine sense treasury. Soon, a terrifying Tao diagram appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. It was a stone man that looked down on the world. It was terrifying and demonic. The extreme discovery was displayed in Zhou Tong's heart. The path of this stone man was clearly displayed before Zhou Tong's eyes. This was a complete stone man's path, and this stone man had reached the end. It could be said that if his descendant was outstanding enough, he might be able to walk down this path again and reach the level of the Stone Man King. This was the great Tao brand of the supreme stone golem. It instantly rushed out, causing Zhou Tong to let out a muffled groan. He immediately sat down cross-legged to calm his sea of consciousness and quietly comprehend the brand. Zhou Tong sat there motionlessly. This meditation lasted for a full 10 years. He was comprehending the grand Tao of this stone golem and using his own Tao to verify it. He was becoming more and more unfathomable. During these 10 years, Xiao Chun also sat quietly next to Zhou Tong. He was comprehending the 5 Tao brands left behind by the 5 kings of chaos. In these 10 years, he only memorized the first diagram and didn't comprehend it at all. The entire palace was silent without the slightest ripple. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. 50 years ago, Xiao Chun directly left for the chaos celestial realm after memorizing these Tao marks. At this moment, Zhou Tong was the only one left in the vast palace. The marks of the great Tao of the 5 kings of the land of chaos, the mark of the great Tao of the otherworld Stone Man King, the mark of the great Tao of Hongjun that Zhou Tong had obtained, and even the marks of the great Tao of the dozens of stone men in the world of death. Countless marks of the great Tao surged into Zhou Tong's heart, corroborating with his own path to becoming a ruler. Zhou Tong's heart grew calmer. He slowly comprehended these great Taos. Gradually, the endless great Taos became different in his heart. It was as if they had turned into the most brilliant runes and lines in the world, stirring up Zhou Tong's mind. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Countless imprints of the great path revolved in Zhou Tong's heart, constantly sending out ripples that nourished his divine sense. Gradually, his divine sense became stronger and stronger, becoming indestructible and not much weaker than the perfect stone golems. This was a necessary step on the path to becoming a supreme ancestor god. If Zhou Tong's divine sense had only just stepped on the path of supreme Zushin before, then now he had walked very far on this path and had crossed the first and most terrifying hurdle. Today, unless he faced the real body of the Stone Man King, no one in the world could do anything to him. At the same time, in the 9 provinces, Xiao Chun also quieted down and began to silently cultivate while secretly searching for the lost swords. He used the 9 ancient lamps in the 9 provinces as the source and changed locations every 500 years. He quietly comprehended the origin of the world and diligently cultivated the heavenly monolith method while searching for swords. Xiao Chun was indeed worthy of being an important chess piece of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In these 3,000 years, he had already found 9 battle swords one after another. At this moment, the number of battle swords in his hand had already reached 42. He only needed 7 more to complete the collection. And on this day, Xiao Chun suddenly woke up from his cultivation. His 42 swords vibrated at the same time. If I'm not wrong, then the Edisaurus should have reached perfection. 42 Supreme Zhu Shun level divine senses. The Edisaurus is really terrifying, Xiao Chun said in his mind. During these past few years, the divine sense within those 33 swords that Zhou Tong had attached as divine sense to had attained perfection a long time ago, and they'd attained the absolute peak of the 9th level of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. It was even to the extent that they faintly seemed to be only a tiny bit away from breaking through into the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Later, Xiao Chun found another 9 swords. At the same time, the divine sense in these 33 swords once again separated and entered the new 9 swords to carry out a new breeding and strengthening. As more and more swords appeared, the formation diagram became more and more complete. Zhou Tong's divine sense attached to the swords also grew faster and faster. Finally, on this day, these 42 divine senses broke through the boundary of Zhu Shun and began to walk on the path of Zhu Shun. Xiao Chun took out all the swords. Immediately, with a buzzing sound, Zhou Tong's figure emerged from the 42 swords at the same time. Thank you for all these years. Zhou Tong's divine sense left the swords and thanked Xiao Chun. Zhou Tong believed in Xiao Chun's character and told him some information about himself. My main body is still comprehending the Tao in the palace in the land of sin. If you're lost about the path ahead, maybe you can come and listen to the Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong's 42 divine senses instantly broke through the void and entered the land of sin in the blink of an eye. They all merged into Zhou Tong's main body. Buzz! Zhou Tong's glabella blossomed with a large amount of divine light, illuminating the entire dark palace. It looked like a sun had been lit up. This was a natural reaction to the convergence of his divine senses. 42 supreme ancestor God-level divine senses converged with his true body's divine soul. His entire body was enveloped in radiance. His divine senses were too powerful, and the aftershocks even penetrated his skull, transforming into streaks of divine light that were powerful enough to slice apart the world. Chapter 855. 3 years later, the strange phenomenon between Zhou Tong's eyebrows slowly disappeared. 42 supreme Zhu Shun level divine senses have gathered. I've finally walked more than half of the supreme Zhu Shun path. I can vaguely see the end in front of me. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. On the supreme Zhu Shun path, he had walked at least 95 meters out of 100 meters. He was just a few steps away. Now, he could clearly feel the horror of the great perfection of the supreme Zhu Shun. It was an unparalleled power. When one's divine sense reached that level, he could completely change the world with a thought. The rules and powers of heaven and earth were all under the control of one's thoughts. But it's still a pity. Xiao Chun has only found 42 battle swords after so many years. He's still missing the last 7th. Zhou Tong recalled all the memories of the 42 divine senses and sighed in his heart. He had already comprehended 6/7 of the divine map. Although he couldn't restore the divine map, the charm of this formation was imprinted in his heart. If he slowly comprehended it, he would eventually comprehend something. Oh, the divine sense of the heaven realm has already grown to this extent. However, at this time, Zhou Tong suddenly exclaimed softly, because a primeval devil city suddenly appeared in his heart. This city was the first primeval devil city that he had tampered with in the primitive heaven realm. It was also the stone man who had fused with the Bai in Dragon Ball in the other world. Is it because my divine sense has continuously broken through, so I connected with the first stone man? At the same time, the great Tao imprint of the stone man also appeared in Zhou Tong's heart, and began to merge and corroborate with the great Tao of the stone man he knew. And just as Zhou Tong perceived the great Tao of the stone man and corroborated it with himself in the primitive heaven realm, the stone man, who was in the midst of nirvana transformation, suddenly had traces of great Tao imprints in his heart. With just a few glances, this stone man king immediately understood. These great Tao imprints in front of him were actually several complete imprints of Stone Man King. Could it be that my world's primogenitor knows that I've already taken the final step? So he gave me these Tao seals so that I can reach perfection faster? The stone statue couldn't help but have this thought. This mark seems to be the mark of the great path of the stoneman. Didn't they say that he died in the chaotic lands? There were also marks of the great Tao. There was no mistaking it. They were the marks of the 5 kings of the lands of chaos. It seems like our king realm has already conquered Wanland and obtained the opponent's great Tao seal. With these imprints, I will definitely reach perfection within 10,000 years. The stone man's consciousness quickly immersed itself in the great Tao imprints. However, unbeknownst to him, his physical body and spiritual sense had gradually gone beyond his control. Now, they were just transforming along with him. But as soon as he woke up, he knew that his Tao fruits had changed names. In the land of sin, Zhou Tong clearly understood that everything he had set up before had succeeded. He smiled and said, "That's right. I'll borrow your great Tao to confirm my Tao. I'll undergo nirvana and rise to the peak." As soon as he finished speaking, the armor covering Zhou Tong's body suddenly dispersed and turned into an azure dragon. It coiled around Zhou Tong like a miniature dragon city. One could vaguely see a holy tree emitting divine light in Dragon City. The 8 leaves emitted a brilliant divine splendor, and with Zhou Tong's formal transformation, a bud vaguely appeared at the top of the holy tree. The 9th leaf was about to take shape. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the center of the Dragon City with the Edisaurus sword across his knees. At this moment, he was officially transforming. From the surface of his body, he began to turn into stone. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a vast ocean appeared in his body. The ocean water evaporated with endless light, igniting Zhou Tong's body. Endless divine light bloomed, and his petrification was stopped. It could be said that the ultimate mystery of the divine steel mystic method was to stop the Stone Man King from turning into stone at the most crucial moment of his transformation. After all, according to the new world that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wanted to create, stone men couldn't exist. How could the essence of their great Tao petrify their successor? Of course, whether it would turn into stone or not depended on whether the divine steel mystic method had accumulated enough power. If there was enough power, he would naturally maintain his physical body. If there wasn't enough power, he would still turn into stone after exhausting his power. Zhou Tong's deep-sea god art was transformed from the divine steel mystic method. Naturally, he also inherited the vital power of the divine steel mystic method. His body wouldn't turn into stone because of the stone man path. However, as he transformed, the deep sea in his body also dissipated bit by bit and evaporated bit by bit. If he still couldn't succeed after exhausting the power of the deep sea, he would still turn into stone. At this moment, although the petrification was stopped, the transformation that belonged to the Stone Man King was still going on. A layer of mysterious light nourished Zhou Tong's internal organs and limbs. Crack! Although his body didn't turn into stone, the power of petrification didn't stop. Stone fragments flew out and landed on the Edisaurus sword on Zhou Tong's knees in Dragon City, outside his body. Vaguely, the Edisaurus sword in Dragon City began to turn into stone bit by bit. A mysterious and terrifying power began to be nurtured in these 2 weapons. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. The surface of the Edisaurus sword in Dragon City were completely petrified, and this petrification was still seeping inside. At the same time, the sacred tree in Dragon City was also absorbing mysterious power to transform. The 9th leaf was also growing healthily. At this time, Zhou Tong contacted the 2nd Stone Man. This time, it was the Stone Man who had fused with the Pu Lao Dragon Ball in the other world. After contacting the 2nd Stone Man, Zhou Tong's metamorphosis speed doubled again. His flesh and blood were nourished by the essence of petrification, and his flesh and blood transformed bit by bit. After another 100 years, the third stone man who had fused with the Yazi Dragon Ball was also contacted. In the long years that followed, from more than 30 years to more than 200 years, one after another, the stone men from the other world, Supreme Zhu Shun, that had been tampered with by Zhou Tong, had formed a connection with Zhou Tong. Every time he contacted a stone man, his transformation speed would increase. Similarly, the transformation speed of the stone men in the other world would also increase at the same time, becoming faster and faster. This was a very strange phenomenon. It was like the resonance between Zhou Tong and the 9 cultivators, resonating across endless time and space. Everyone's cultivation and transformation speed increased. When all the stone men from the other world, Supreme Zhu Shun, that had fused with the Dragon Ball had formed a connection with Zhou Tong, whether it was Zhou Tong or the cultivators from the other world, their transformation speed had increased by more than 10 times. Chapter 856. In the land of the 9 prefectures, Xiao Chun was hiding under the ground of the land of the 9 prefectures, cultivating in seclusion. He was worry-free. After more than 7,000 years, his strength had steadily improved. He was now Zhu Shun of the 6th heaven. At this time, he finally woke up from his deep slumber. There was still a long time before they had to leave the land of the 9 prefectures. Xiao Chun still had a lot of time to continue strengthening himself. Especially after he became Zhu Shun, his horizons had widened by a lot. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun was a little hesitant. Should he continue to search for the battle sword or look for the heavenly mark? It's better to focus on my own strength. Xiao Chun suddenly remembered that Zhou Tong had once told him that if he was lost, he could go to the palace in the land of sin to find him. It's time to go and take a look. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while. Then, he left the place where he had always been cultivating and returned to the land of sin. The moment he arrived, he was shocked. A miniature dragon city had appeared in front of him. "You're here." A loud voice came from the dragon city. Zhou Tong's transformation was different from the other Stone Man King's transformations. Although his physical body was in a state of nirvana, his divine sense had always been active. Although most of his divine sense was immersed in comprehending the great Tao, he was still very sensitive to his surroundings. He knew that Xiao Chun had come. "You've also walked on the Stone Man Road? How far have you reached? You're actually transforming here?" Xiao Chun was shocked. He didn't expect Zhou Tong to transform here. One had to know that the land of sin was under the surveillance of the other world. In particular, the other world would often send some combat tools to attack this palace. Don't worry, the other world doesn't have the time to send the Stone Man King here. I've already taken the most crucial step and can come out at any time. I just want to take a step further. Zhou Tong's voice came out. "Just listen here." As soon as his voice faded, Zhou Tong slightly released a trace of the Tao sound inside Dragon City. Immediately, thousands of auspicious colors and tens of thousands of rays of light shone in the world, and holy divine light shone in all directions. Divine lotuses bloomed in the void, and spiritual chi gathered to form a spring that flowed. For a time, the entire giant palace was filled with falling petals and rainbow-colored light. This scene shocked Xiao Chun, who was at the side. He had seen many divine cities, but he had never seen such a scene. The city formed by the Edisaurus did not have that kind of deathly stillness. Instead, it was filled with endless vitality. Shocked, Xiao Chun also began to listen attentively. Countless mysterious Tao sounds between heaven and earth reverberated in Xiao Chun's ears like the sounds of nature. Countless great Tao principles intoxicated him and made him lose himself. To Xiao Chun, this was an extremely rare opportunity. He quietly listened to the profundities of the great Tao. His consciousness was nourished by the profundities of the great Tao and started to slowly improve. This improvement speed was much faster than his own cultivation. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3,000 years had passed. In a primitive heaven realm, on a barren plain, a majestic divine city stood majestically. Boom! However, at this moment, an incomparably resplendent divine light suddenly rushed out from the center of the divine city. Then, a stone body broke out of the ground and began to slowly grow. A terrifying divine power that shook the heavens instantly spread throughout the entire heaven realm. This indescribable aura was like a stormy sea, heavily bombarding the depths of everyone's souls. At this moment, everyone in the heaven realm felt a terrifying sense of oppression. Someone wants to take the most crucial step? Is it someone from the other world? Is another king going to appear? Stop him. Almost immediately, most of the Stone Man King in the heaven realm reached an agreement to stop this latecomer. The other world was originally a powerful force in the heaven realm. If they had another king, the situation in the heaven realm would completely change. The primitive heaven realm was not an ordinary great world. It was very chaotic and complicated. Since ancient times, countless civilizations have been destroyed over the years, and the survivors of some of them had gathered in the primitive heaven realm. Most of these people were the strongest of their civilizations. This was the primitive heaven realm. Even though the other world's forces were huge, the other world's factions did not do much in the primitive heaven realm. They even had many enemies here. No, it's too fast. How can it be so fast? However, just as the Stone Man Kings were about to make a move, they were shocked to find that the Stone Man's growth was too fast. The divine power gathered by the divine city was condensing towards the Stone Man in the center at an unimaginable speed. The human-shaped stone body that grew out of the center of the city was also breaking out of the ground at an extremely terrifying speed. This speed was more than 10 times faster than the other stone men in the heaven realm. All the Stone Man King knew very well that it was meaningless to make a move at this time. This was because the moment they made a move to interfere, the Stone Man would be born perfectly. They're well prepared. They can walk the path of the Stone Man with ease. The other world is going to have another amazing king. A Stone Man King's eyes were extremely cold, like ice that would not melt for millions of years. Boom! The huge amount of divine power and life essence gathered in the huge demon city was instantly poured into the Stone Man's body. His body quickly turned into stone and struggled to be born from the center of the city. Roar! The Stone Man King, who was born perfectly, instantly roared. The mountains, rivers, and galaxies and the starry sky above the heaven realm collapsed. At this moment, the void shook because of him, and time trembled because of him. As soon as he was born, he suppressed the primitive heaven realm. Haha! Another king has appeared in my world. This Stone Man. It's my ancestor. 3 civilizations ago, he suddenly disappeared. I didn't expect him to break through in Nirvana. My family also has a Stone Man King ancestor. A new Stone Man has been born in my world. The situation in the heaven realm is about to change. In the heaven realm, all the cultivators of the otherworld sects were elated. The appearance of a Stone Man King could completely allow them to establish a supreme foundation in the heaven realm. However, just as the cultivators of the otherworld were rejoicing, the Stone Man King's body also changed. Who are you? After the Stone Man King woke up, he almost went completely crazy. This was because he realized that he could no longer control his body. Even his divine power, great Tao, and divine thought were completely out of control. It was as if a second consciousness was born in his body, and it occupied everything in him. He felt that this consciousness of his could only be considered an external object in this body. This was clearly his body, clearly his great Tao, clearly his divine power, but at this moment, it all became someone else's? Why? This person's remaining consciousness roared ferociously. He had completely walked out of the predicament and took an unprecedented step. But in the end, he had made a wedding dress for someone else. This was a great hatred that could not be washed away even if all the water in the heaven realm was poured out. Why did you transform so quickly? Don't you know in your heart? Don't you even know why you were able to successfully take this step? A contemptuous voice sounded in the depths of this person's consciousness. This person suddenly remembered that 10,000 years ago, countless great Tao imprints suddenly appeared in his heart. He relied on these countless great Tao imprints to constantly accelerate, and accelerate again. Previously, he thought that this was the doing of the other world's ancestors, but he did not expect. At the same time, he also thought of the time when he fused with Bayan in Dragon Ball. He did not expect that all of this would become his death sentence. I didn't expect it to be like this. This was the last consciousness of this person, and what followed was eternal silence. Chapter 857. In the Primitive Heavenly Realm. Rumble. The birth of the Stone Man, the divine city where he had undergone nirvana, the divine city that had stood tall for 3 civilizations, also collapsed at this moment. Generally speaking, after the Stone Man King was born, the life of the divine city would come to an end. This was because the Stone Man King needed to absorb all the divine power and life essence accumulated in the divine city. Unless the Stone Man King sacrificed his own essence, the divine city would not be left behind. Of course, if the Stone Man King was willing to sacrifice his own essence, the divine city that was left behind would definitely become an unimaginable treasure. In the future, it could continue to grow and reach heights that ordinary stone soldiers could not reach. However, the one who was in charge of this Stone Man's body and divine sense was Zhou. Naturally, he would not sacrifice his essence to do such a thing. This was because the Stone City needed a long time to grow, and he did not have time to wait. The first Stone Man has reached perfection. The other 8 will reach perfection soon. They will reach perfection within 100 years. Zhou did not immediately return to his main body. Instead, he continued to guard the primitive heavenly realm. He wanted to protect the remaining 2 Stone Man King. These 9 transforming kings all resonated with Zhou, so they reached perfection at about the same time. Rumble. Finally, 5 years later, the second Stone Man was born. The giants of the heavenly realm wanted to make a move, but Zhou made it clear that he was on guard and blocked the first wave of attacks. However, there was no second wave because the Stone Man took this opportunity to be born successfully. And 60 years later, the third Stone Man King was born in the same way. The entire primitive heavenly realm was shocked. The other world had 3 Stone Man King in just 60 years. It was shocking. Even more people were shocked by the other world's foundation. They had actually hidden so many talents. At the same time, in the other world. At this moment, the other world was in an unprecedented carnival. Within 100 years, 5 cities had been shaken, and 5 Stone Man King had been born. This was the headquarters of the other world, and it was guarded by the Stone Man King. Naturally, there were not as many waves as in the primitive heaven realm. The 5 Stone Man Kings were born successfully. However, compared to the terrifying fluctuations of the Stone Man King's great perfection, there weren't so many unforeseen changes when one cultivated to supreme Zhu. What everyone in the other world did not know was that there was another supreme Zhu in their world who had also successfully broken through at the same time. The moment the Stone Man King was born was the moment the Stone Man's petrified body completely turned into stone. There is a difference between a petrified body and a stone body. So, this last step was also a qualitative change. A Stone Man that had just awakened would not be able to control the power of the metamorphosis, so there would be a monstrous fluctuation. However, a supreme ancestor god's breakthrough could be completed without anyone noticing, because Supreme Zhu was always in a clear-headed state, and he mainly cultivated divine sense. He could easily control everything and not let the aftermath of his breakthrough spread everywhere. The heaven realm's 3 kings and the other world's 5 kings. Within 100 years, 8 kings had been born consecutively. Even the ancestor of the other world's Stone Man King, Wolfang, was alarmed. In great joy, he immediately announced the establishment of a king's banquet, inviting the Stone Man King, who had completed his metamorphosis within 100 years, to attend the banquet. He also invited all the Zhu Shun in the entire otherworld. For a time, the entire otherworld was completely immersed in jubilation, and countless Zhu Shun came to attend the banquet. Report. However, just as everyone was celebrating the birth of a new king, a Zhu Shun from the otherworld flew in front of Wolf Fong, bowed, and said, "Report to the ancestor. The 5 kings have all disappeared." "What?" Wolf Fong exclaimed. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked, "What about the 3 kings of the primitive heaven realm? They're also missing." The other world's Zhu Shun trembled with fear. The 8 kings disappeared at the same time. These 8 people had fused with the Edisaurus 9 Suns Dragon Ball. If they're missing, then the next one. With a thought, the Stone Man King, Wolf Fong's divine sense instantly swept across the place where the supreme Zhu Shun was cultivating in seclusion. In the end, he found nothing. The cultivator who was trying to break through to the supreme Zhu Shun was also missing. He's also missing. Who is it? Could it be that little brat? Wolf Fong's expression was extremely gloomy. 2 terrifying rays of light bloomed from his eyes, completely sweeping through every corner of the other world. Naturally, he also saw Gu Qian, who was quietly playing the zither. It's actually not him? Then who is it? Wolf Fong had nowhere to vent his anger, so he couldn't help but roar. Wolf Fong is probably going crazy. You really succeeded in walking down this path. Admirable, admirable. Sensing Wolf Fong's divine sense and angry roar, Gu Qian's face revealed a trace of a smile. Even the sound of his zither became more cheerful. At the same time, in the land of sin, boom! The blood-red light outside the palace was unprecedentedly strong. Its terrifying might shook the entire palace, awakening Shao Chun from his enlightenment. What happened? Is the other world attacking this place again? Shao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps sounded in the palace. Shao Chun could hear that there were a total of 9 people's footsteps, and they were getting closer and closer. They were not far from him. He turned his head and immediately saw a scene that shocked him. 8 Stone Man Kings were walking over together. What especially shocked Shao Chun was that among the 8 Stone Man Kings, there was an existence of flesh and blood. The aura on his body was not at all weaker than the other 8 Stone Man Kings. Stone Man King, 8 perfect stone men from the other world, and there's also a great perfection supreme Zhu Shun. How can this be? Shao Chun was almost in despair. With such a lineup, no one could fight against it. Don't be nervous. Zhou Tong's voice sounded again. They're all my people. Shao Chun was stunned. Sacrifice them. Following Zhou Tong's voice, the 9 Stone Man Kings began to sacrifice their divine power, life essence, divine sense, and great Tao achievements to Zhou Tong in Dragon City. At the same time, the phantoms of the 9 dragon sons, Swanee, Taotai, Yazi, Pishio, Swanee, Chiwan, Paleo, and Fushi also emerged from the bodies of these Stone Men Kings. Divine light formed into 9 colors, rippling out like water waves, constantly rushing toward Zhou Tong. At this moment, Dragon City bloomed with 9-colored divine light, constantly changing, giving people a dreamy feeling. Even Zhou Tong's sacred dragon tree also changed. Originally, there were 9 green leaves, but now there were 9 leaves of 9 colors, and the entire sacred tree bloomed with 9-colored light. Even the Edisaurus sword in Zhou Tong's hand bloomed with 9-colored sacred light at this moment. At this moment, Zhou Tong's Dragon City was like a dragon egg, absorbing the divine power and great Tao of the 9 Stone Men Kings, constantly transforming them into the most original essence, and reproducing Zhou Tong. His flesh and blood transformed further, becoming more and more resplendent. His divine sense also became stronger, and his divine sense was like a knife. In the myriad of worlds, as long as a ruler did not appear, he was an invincible existence. My body has far surpassed my original body in the shrouding heaven world. Zhou Tong recalled his own strength and said in his heart, in terms of power level, the Stone Man King of the immortal world was actually similar to the immortal king of the shrouding heaven world. It could be said that if Zhou Tong's body returned to the shrouding heaven world, it would be an immortal king-level existence and an immortal king-level giant. With the great Tao of the shrouding heaven world as the foundation, it took tens of thousands of years to perfect this step. This speed is not bad. Zhou Tong understood that the main reason why he completed the transformation so quickly was that he had the foundation of the great Tao of the shrouding heaven world. The great Tao of the shrouding heaven world was basically equivalent to a quasi-immortal king, which was equivalent to the state of Ku's father and Guqian before they took the last step. With such a high foundation, it was naturally easy to transform quickly. Edisaurus, you succeeded? Xiao Qin stood on the side and saw the whole process. He was a little surprised, a little shocked, and a little curious. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I succeeded, but how could it be so fast? In your body?" Xiao Qin was shocked. This transformation speed was beyond his expectations, and the other party was not a stone body. With 8 Stone Man King and a perfect Supreme, Zhu Shun offering their divine power and Tao fruit, why couldn't you transform so quickly? Zhou Tong chuckled. Moreover, this transformation of mine wasn't fast. It took me more than 10,000 years. More than 10,000 years. Xiao Qin was a little speechless. Other stone men took several civilizations to transform, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. You took more than 10,000 years. It was too fast. Actually, the path of stone men does not mean that the body has to be petrified. There are also flesh and blood kings like me. Zhou Tong explained further, but he didn't say anything else, because even if he explained it to Xiao Qin now, he wouldn't understand. This kind of thing required him to undergo a transformation himself. Only then would he understand the profoundness of the divine steel mysterious method. As he spoke, Zhou Tong looked around. The 8 Stone Man King and the perfect Supreme Zhu Shun who had offered their sacrifices to him had all died, leaving only ashes behind. However, there were stone soldiers on their bodies that were still in place. There was a stone sword, stone armor, stone spear, stone axe, stone shield, stone staff, stone pagoda, and stone seal. There was also a jade bell that hadn't been petrified and was emitting a dark green halo. This was the supreme ancestor god's weapon. Following Zhou Tong's gaze, Xiao Qin naturally also saw the stone soldiers and the weapons of the supreme Zhu Shun. His eyes were burning with passion. These were the weapons of the Stone Man King. Generally speaking, the Stone Man King will have 1 or 2 stone soldiers with him. Those are the weapons that they have been using before they became kings. These weapons transform together with the Stone King into stone soldiers. They are supreme weapons. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 weapons, and with a thought, the 9 weapons quickly combusted. The essence of the supreme divine weapons were all refined in an instant and integrated into Zhou Tong's Edisaurus sword and armor. Zhou Tong's body was overflowing with light and color. The armor on his body and the Edisaurus sword in his hand were like fire, constantly jumping. After a while, the 9 weapons turned into ashes and completely dissipated. Zhou Tong's armor and the Edisaurus sword in his hand also calmed down at the same time, emitting a luster that was as smooth as jade. The armor and the Edisaurus sword had been completely petrified, but now they looked different from ordinary stone soldiers. They gave off a gentle feeling like jade, just like a jade armor and a jade sword. A water-like azure light flowed on the armor and the divine sword. The armor flickered with a cold luster, setting off Zhou Tong's extraordinary martial prowess. The divine sword in his hand trembled slightly, and immediately a dragon's roar sounded from the 9 heavens. After continuously refining 9 king divine weapons, Zhou Tong's armor and divine sword could be considered the best of the best among king divine weapons. The weapons are also complete. Zhou Tong had a trace of a smile on his face. He put away the armor and the Edisaurus sword and changed into ordinary clothes. At the same time, Zhou Tong quietly sat down cross-legged and carefully sensed the situation of his great Tao. The true dragon treasure technique has been completely transformed into the great Tao system of this world. Moreover, it has confirmed with the great Tao system of this world, and I have already created my own true dragon technique. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. Speaking of which, I could be considered to have truly completed the true dragon treasure technique. It's one step further than my original body. The true dragon treasure technique itself was a great Tao divine ability of the immortal king level. The path derived from it was Zhou Tong's current path. Chapter 859. You're not bad. After following me for so many years, you have actually cultivated to the 9th level of Zhu Shun realm. It is time for you to think about your future path. Is it the stone golem path or the supreme Zhu Shun path? Zhou Tong turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Chun. At this point, no one can help you. You can only rely on yourself. Zhou Tong said, I know. Xiao Chun nodded. Next, I will be going to the 9 prefectures. If we're going the same way, I can bring you along. Zhou Tong asked. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. He also wanted to find Cuckoo and the rest. He also wanted to find Tian Hen. Zhou Tong directly brought Xiao Chun with him. With a single step, they passed through the barrier of the Great World and arrived at the 9 prefectures. The current 9 prefectures was different from the previous 9 prefectures. After the previous 9 prefectures retreat, there was still a small group of people who didn't retreat and stayed in the 9 prefectures. The other world didn't kill them all. Instead, they allowed these people to continue living in the 9 prefectures. Now that 10,000 years had passed, the entire world had developed a brand new civilization. This civilization was different from the previous cultivation civilization. It was a technological civilization. After so many years, the new technological civilization had developed to a new height. The land had also changed. This is the current 9 prefectures. Standing on the roof of a 1,000-meter-tall skyscraper, Zhou Tong looked down at the entire city. When I woke up the previous time, I was also shocked. I didn't expect that there would be such a civilization. Xiao Chun said, although this civilization has high potential, it is not the path that I want to walk. I will just take a look. I won't immerse myself in this civilization. Zhou Tong shook his head. You can go and find your Tian Hen. I also want to go back and take a look at the dragons. The dragons are in the 9 prefectures? Xiao Chun was shocked. During the last big retreat, he seemed to have only seen a few dragons. He didn't expect that the dragons had been staying in the 9 regions all this time. Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as the Stone Man King doesn't personally come to investigate, it would be very difficult for others to find the location of Dragon Island. Zhou Tong casually made a stone token and threw it to Xiao Chun. I have set up many formations on the Dragon Island. This token is for you. Come to the Dragon Island as a guest when you have time. With that, Zhou Tong disappeared in front of Xiao Chun. Previously, when he was still weak, he had to hide the Dragon Island. But now, there was no need for that anymore. Zhou Tong took a step forward and quickly returned to the Dragon Island. The island was verdant and gloomy with tiger roars and ape cries. Towering ancient trees covered the sky and blotted out the sun. There were even ferocious beasts and birds of prey. It was completely a scene from the desolate era. It had been more than 10,000 years, but the scenery and style of the Dragon Island still didn't change much. It was as if these 10,000 years didn't exist at all. It has been more than 10,000 years, and the dragons didn't even have a single Zhu Shun. Zhou Tong was a little speechless, but soon after, he scanned with his divine sense and saw some scenes on the island. He nodded his head. There was no Zhu Shun, but there were 7 more combat ancestors. Including the Divine Warrior King and the Winged Dragon King from before, there were a total of 9 combat ancestors on the island. Soon, the strength of the dragons is about to return to the era of Edisaurus. Zhou Tong said in his heart. Strictly speaking, in terms of strength, The current dragons far surpass the era of Edisaurus because of the existence of Zhou, the ultimate king. However, other than Zhou, the strength of the dragons was still far inferior to the era of Edisaurus. In the era of Edisaurus, the 9 sons of Edisaurus were all ninth heaven combat ancestors. Although the current dragons still had 9 combat ancestors, the highest cultivation, the Divine Warrior King, was only at the 6th heaven combat ancestor. Moreover, although the 9 sons of Edisaurus were 9th heaven combat ancestors, their strength far surpassed the ordinary 9th heaven Zushan. In order to kill the 9 dragon sons, almost all the cultivators below Zushan were killed. It was precisely because the battle strength of the 9 dragon sons was so vast and majestic that the Dragon Ball they left behind could become an important help for the Stone Man to break through. Ordinary Edisaurus Dragon Ball did not have such power. Roar! A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Zhou opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. It was as if the 9th heaven divine thunder was shaking. The entire Dragon Island shook violently. The Edisaurus has returned. It's the Edisaurus dragon roar. The Edisaurus did not die. In a split second, all the dragons on the Dragon Island understood that Zhou had returned. The entire Dragon Island immediately let out a roar to welcome Zhou return. Zhou took a step forward and directly arrived at the sacred mountain in the deepest part of the Dragon Island. At this moment, the 9 combat ancestors of the dragons all arrived at the sacred mountain at the same time to have an audience with the Edisaurus. Among the 9 combat ancestors, other than the tyrannical dragon, the monarch lion dragon, and the 8-clawed tyrant dragon, the other 6 combat ancestors were all dragon kings. You have finally returned. The divine warrior opened his mouth. His eyes carried a trace of excitement. He also knew what kind of situation Zhou encountered 10,000 years ago. Yes, I have returned. On the other hand, you guys haven't given birth to a new Edisaurus after so many years. It is really disappointing. Zhou swept his gaze across those few dragon kings. Could it be that the curse of our dragons has been broken? As soon as he said that, the winged dragon king's voice was somewhat trembling. The other 5 dragon kings also burst out with radiance at the same time. Their battle intent was surging all over their body. It seemed like they were about to make their move and have a great battle with the dragon kings beside them very soon. Zhou shook his head and said, "The curse of the dragons is still here, but the curse on my body is gone. Therefore, there is another empty spot on the Edisaurus. If you guys have the opportunity, go fight for it yourselves." What is going on with the curse of our dragons? How did the curse on your body get removed? The Divine Warrior King was very excited. From the beginning of the Edisaurus until now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope to get rid of the curse of the dragons. Zhou said, "If I'm not wrong, the curse of our dragons should be set up by those Stone Man King from another world. If we don't kill them, the curse can't be removed." Of course, the curse can't be removed refers to the curse of the entire dragons. As long as you can cultivate to the same level as those Stone Man King, the curse will naturally be removed. The same level as the Stone Man King? The 9 half-ancestors looked at Zhou in shock at the same time. Could it be that you have already cultivated to the Stone Man realm? Is it the great perfection of the supreme Zhu Shun? The Azure Dragon King asked. He was a dragon king of the same lineage as Zhou. They both came from the tyrannical dragon lineage. Since Zhou advanced to the Edisaurus, the title of Azure Dragon King belonged to him. Zhou nodded slightly. He was too lazy to explain so much because it involved some of the mysteries of the heavenly steel mysterious technique. Anyway, he also had the power of the supreme Zhu Shun great perfection. Good. Our dragons finally have a king that surpasses the Edisaurus. The Divine Warrior King was excited. The appearance of a king among the dragons also meant that the dragons had truly reached the top race of the heavens. Next, I will stay on the Dragon Island for 500 years. You can ask me any questions you encounter in your cultivation. Zhou said. In fact, after becoming a king, Zhou Tong's purpose of coming to the world of immortals had already been achieved. Next, he could directly return to the shrouding heaven world, because the higher level of the Emperor realm was not allowed to exist in this world. I still have a few things to do in this world. After I'm done, I can return, Zhou Tong secretly said. The dragons were something that Zhou Tong had to do. When the old Edisaurus died, for Zhou Tong was determined to protect the dragons of this world. Since he had inherited the old Edisaurus's inheritance, and his cultivation had soared by a lot, then naturally, Zhou Tong also had to bear the responsibility of the Edisaurus. To let the dragons stand at the top of the world, they must not be in a state of extinction like in the original work. That's right, the dragons in the original work were indeed extinct. So much so that they were also extinct in the end. The dragons in the original work were only left with 10x, the Crimson Dragon King, and the Black Dragon King, these three Edisaurus. However, they walked the path of the Stone Man King. Unfortunately, in a world of immortals created by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, stone men could not exist. Even the stone men that survived the final battle would crumble little by little. Therefore, the dragons in the original work were no different from being extinct. What Zhou Tong wanted to avoid was precisely this kind of situation. He wanted to reverse the tragic future of the dragons with his own strength. I will also refine some stone men for you guys to protect yourselves, Zhou Tong added in the end. The strongest weapon in this world was stoneware. Even the weapons of the Emperor Realm experts were also stoneware. Because according to this world's cultivation method, after they reached the King Realm, their weapons would slowly petrify and turn into stoneware. Even the great perfection of Zhu Shun, their weapons would also slowly turn into stoneware. Chapter 860. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 500 years, he spent most of his time guiding the dragons' juniors and seniors in their cultivation. As for the remaining time, he forged 9 stone tools: a blade, a sword, a halberd, a staff, a armor, a shield, a pagoda, a bell, and a cauldron. These 9 stone tools were all integrated with a drop of Zhou Tong's precious king-level dragon's blood. The stone tools were branded with the indelible mark of the dragons. These were the 9 tools that belonged to the dragons. Only in the hands of dragons could they be fully utilized. These 9 tools were all distributed to the dragons' 9 war ancestors who were still on Dragon Island. In these 500 years, I've done my best for the dragons. Although there are certainly some dragons outside Dragon Island. Since you're not on Dragon Island and miss my guidance, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. Zhou Tong stood on the peak of the sacred mountain and overlooked the entire Dragon Island. At the same time, he grabbed the heavenly death bridge that he left on Dragon Island more than 10,000 years ago to suppress the great formation of Dragon Island. He directly took it back into his inner world. In these 10,000 years, Zhou Tong's body was transforming. Naturally, his inner world had also undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Now, the space volume of this inner world was no longer inferior to that of 9 regions. Especially in the inner world, even the place with the weakest spiritual energy was comparable to the best blessed enclave in 9 regions. However, although the inner world was still there, the deep sea was no longer there. After transforming to the King Realm, his deep sea had completely dried up. This magical ability that was transformed from the Divine Steel's mysterious method was naturally useless. However, the deep sea only represented potential. Now that the deep sea had completely dissipated, it had completely transformed into the terrifying and vast divine power of the great Tao in his body. 500 years. This is an upgrade for the dragons. It's also the time for me to reorganize my king-level power. Now that I'm at the peak, it's time to go out and show off. With a thought, Zhou Tong had already left 9 regions and once again arrived at the other world. Good Qian. As soon as he arrived at the other world, Zhou Tong's supreme Zhu Shun level divine sense quietly spread out. Edisaurus, you're really a peerless genius. It's hard to imagine that you've transformed to the king realm in 10,000 years. Guqian's voice had a trace of emotion. Zhou Tong and Guqian's divine senses, level divine sense. But no one in the other world could detect it. Of divine sense of supreme, Zhu, Shun level divine sense. This was the divine sense of an ancestral god. Not even the stone puppet king could detect their conversation. Guqian, I've already taken care of Jiu Longzi's matter. You haven't left the other world yet, so there's only one thing you're here for. Of God, of eye of eyes, of God. Of dragons, of on, of God of Z. The ancient prison was a huge area of the other world. Countless serious criminals were imprisoned here. Many of them were the strongest experts of various eras in 9 regions. Moreover, this place wasn't just for imprisonment. It was also a modified area. The other world had transformed the serious criminals here into their battle puppets. You know, a lot of things. Guqian once again exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Tong once again saw through his purpose. In the deepest part of the ancient prison, there was a person that Guqian cared a lot about. He was Edisaurus's husband and Guqian's father. Guqian handed the matter of ancient dragon son to Zhou Tong. After he cultivated to the supreme Zushin level, he still didn't directly leave the other world. His purpose was to find an opportunity to rescue his father in the deepest part of the ancient prison. You've helped me so much. I'll help you now. I'll create an opportunity for you to rescue your father. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, his figure appeared in the center of the other world, in front of the 99 layered stone steps. Rumble. Zhou Tong descended in front of the 99 layered stone steps. Immediately, a monstrous wave of energy rippled out and spread throughout the other world. 99 layered stone steps. He actually killed his way there. How bold! Guqian immediately realized what Zhou Tong wanted to do. He was definitely using the 99 layered stone steps as bait to attract the attention of all the experts in the other world. Then, the ancient prison would be defenseless. I'm going to take action too. Guqian immediately moved and rushed toward the ancient prison. Impudent. At this moment, a terrifying voice resounded throughout the other world. The 3 supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world were furious. After the martial ancestor had broken through the 99 layered stone steps, another person had actually come here. Rumble. The 3 supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world moved at this moment. They appeared in front of the 99 layered stone steps and attacked Zhou Tong with all their might. However, their godly laws instantly dissipated when they were 10 meters away from Zhou Tong. The 3 supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world changed slightly. At this moment, they clearly saw who the newcomer was. It's you, Edisaurus of the dragons. I let you escape 10,000 years ago. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to come here again. Anyone who violates the 99 layered stone steps deserves to die. The 3 supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world were cold and emotionless. However, Zhou Tong didn't even look at them. His gaze was fixed on the 99 layered stone steps in front of him. Bang! The 3 supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world attacked at the same time. Their 6 eyes suddenly erupted with 6 terrifying rays of light, and an unparalleled destructive power instantly appeared. 6 black holes appeared in the void, shattering the firmament and drowning Zhou Tong. The 3 supreme elder gods of this world had all walked very far on this path, and their gazes alone made it seem as though they had unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation. For a moment, heaven and earth rumbled. This terrifying aura shook the eternal heavens and even shuttled to other worlds. Zhou Tong faced the attacks of the 3 supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world. He didn't move at all, as if he didn't see them. Boom! Then, he took a step forward. Suddenly, terrifying ripples of the great Tao spread out, and unimaginable godly laws of the great Tao rushed out. The bodies of the three supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world trembled violently and exploded on the spot, turning into a rain of blood. This kind of fluctuation was extremely terrifying. The bloody light of the three supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world instantly lit up. Whether it was the sky, the earth, or even the stars, they were all illuminated by the bloody light. It was as if a gigantic sun of blood had suddenly bloomed in another world. The three supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world's levels of Zhu Shan levels of the other world couldn't even resist one step of Zhou Tong's and exploded in an instant. This was an unimaginably terrifying disaster that made all the creatures in the other world feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was an unimaginable panic. Stomp! Zhou Tong was like a demon god. He didn't speak, and he didn't even look at the corpses of the three supreme Zhu Shan levels of the other world. Instead, he directly stepped on the ground dyed red by their blood and forcefully climbed the 99 layered stone steps. Chapter 861. Boom! Zhou Tong had stepped past the place where the three great supreme Zhu Shan had fallen, and had truly ascended the first step of the 99 stone steps. The 99 steps seemed very small, but in reality, each step was as huge as a huge mountain that spanned 1,000 miles. These 99 steps were like 99 towering mountains, and it was difficult to see the end. And at this time, after countless years, someone had finally ascended the steps again, and even the 99 stone steps were shaking violently. And when Zhou Tong ascended the steps, everyone in the other world was grief-stricken. The supreme Zhu Shan had fallen so easily, and they did not know who else could stop the Edisaurus of the dragons from ascending the steps. Boom! As Zhou Tong ascended the steps, the 99 stone steps were like a demon king that had been resurrected at this moment, blooming with light like yellow earth and shaking violently. There was also an endless mighty force that rushed down from the end of the steps like a waterfall. However, Zhou Tong's body did not even sway, and under the shocked gazes of all the other world's cultivators, he once again ascended the next step. Boom! Another destructive force rushed down from the end of the stone steps. However, all of this was still unable to shake Zhou Tong's footsteps at all, and he continued to move forward without changing his expression. Under the gazes of all the other world's cultivators, Zhou Tong ascended step by step. Every time he ascended a step, there was a terrifying divine force that rushed down from the end of the steps. But Zhou Tong's footsteps did not change at all, and he still walked forward resolutely. What realm is the Edisaurus of the 9 continents at? When the martial ancestor ascended the steps, his body had already split open when he reached here. So why is he still so calm? Damn it, it's only been 10,000 years, and he has already cultivated to this realm. Countless people in the other world were puzzled, and they were all shocked by Zhou Tong's terrifying performance. But after the shock, their hearts were filled with boundless killing intent. This scene not only shocked the cultivators of the other world, but also many people from the 9 states camp noticed the changes in the other world. Countless experts immediately came to their senses and looked at the other world with concern. Edisaurus dragons? What was he trying to do? In the past, the martial ancestor had already tested the 99 steps. This is not something that anyone below the king realm can shake. Why is the Edisaurus so reckless as to challenge the stairs alone? You should cooperate with us. The supreme experts of the 9 prefectures were also puzzled by Zhou Tong's actions. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have challenged this flight of stairs for no reason. The result of the martial ancestors' probing was already shocking enough. What about the 3 supreme Zhu Shan guardians of the 99th step? Suddenly, someone realized the crux of the problem. Where did the 3 supreme Zhu Shan go? Why didn't the Edisaurus appear when he had already made it there? But soon, they were shocked because they already knew that the 3 supreme Zhu Shan had already made their move when the Edisaurus had just arrived near the stairs. But in an instant, the 3 supreme Zhu Shan were all killed by the Edisaurus. Dead. The three supreme Zhu Shun are actually dead? Good. Three executioners. The people of the 9 prefectures were shocked at first, but then they felt a burst of joy. Countless people hated the 3 supreme Zhu Shun to death. Over the countless years, the 3 of them had caused countless murders. Zhou Tong didn't stop and continued to challenge the 27th step. At this time, the mighty pressure from the end of the stairs became even more terrifying. The mountain-like steps were like a sun, emitting an unimaginable amount of heat. There were also terrifying rays of killing light blooming from them. However, whether it was the heat or the killing lights, they all dissipated when they approached Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's side was like a black hole, swallowing everything. The gods of the other world all looked worried. This Edisaurus was so powerful that it was difficult to estimate. They didn't know where his limit was. His current performance had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Ta! 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 The mountain-like steps shook violently. The scorching temperature was like the opening of chaos, and the cold, killing intent was like the end of the world. Zhou Tong's footsteps didn't waver. He welcomed the destructive power of the 99 steps and continued to advance step by step. Rumble. At this moment, the world fell silent. An incomparably terrifying aura instantly spread out from the steps. This aura was so powerful that it could make the heavens tremble. A layer of pitch-black fog covered the steps, turning the entire steps into darkness. Nothing could be seen. What's going on? How's the Edisaurus? Oh, this place has already surpassed the position reached by the martial ancestor. Are there any new changes? All the cultivators of the 9 States camp looked worried. Compared to the other world, the 9 States was really at a disadvantage. Any powerful fighting force should not be wasted like this. But soon, everyone saw 2 extremely weak lights coming out from the endless darkness. Although these 2 rays of light were as weak as fireflies, everyone could see them clearly. Furthermore, the positions of the 2 rays of light were always the same, just like 2 rays of light from a pair of eyes. Ta! 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 Then the sound of empty footsteps came out. The soles of the feet collided with the steps, making a sound that made people's hair stand on end. The sound of these footsteps made everyone's scalp go numb, and they almost suffocated. Even the cultivators of the other world didn't expect their forbidden area to be so strange and terrifying. At the same time, there was an invisible and terrifying pressure coming from the footsteps. It made many people who heard the footsteps feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was like an animal in nature meeting its natural enemy, or it was like being strangled by the Grim Reaper. Edisaurus isn't affected. He's still climbing? However, when everyone was feeling extremely uncomfortable, they were shocked to find that Edisaurus was not affected at all and was still moving forward. Moreover, the frequency of his footsteps didn't change in the slightest, and even his expression didn't change. The sound that made everyone tremble and suffocate was like a breeze to him, not affecting him in the slightest. What realm has Edisaurus cultivated to? Could it be that he has taken that step? In a trance, a thought appeared in the minds of some cultivators. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Supreme Zhu Shun is only a legend. There has never been a legend of someone successfully cultivating it. A super cultivator from the other world, Zhu Shun, immediately rejected this idea in his heart. He didn't believe that Edisaurus had taken this path. He has only cultivated for a few years. How could he have taken the Supreme Zhu Shun path? The other cultivators who had some understanding of Zhou Tong also had this thought in their minds. No one was willing to believe that a person could have taken this path in just a little more than 10,000 years. If the Supreme Zhu Shun path was so easy to take, wouldn't it mean that they had lived for countless years for nothing? Chapter 862. The terrifying footsteps continued slowly. After more than 10 consecutive sounds, they stopped. In the end, everything stopped at the 81st step. Everyone could clearly see the 2 terrifying lights. Are you the one disturbing my rest? An old voice finally came from the 81st step. This voice was extremely old. It was hard to imagine how old the person who spoke was. This voice, it's Wolf Fong, ancestor Wolf Fong. Many people from the other world were secretly excited. Originally, they did not know of Wolf Fong's existence. However, when 8 Stone Man King appeared in 100 years, Wolf Fong was alarmed and appeared in front of the gods of the other world. This made them know that they still had a Stone Man King. However, there was no response. However, many people listened carefully and heard another set of footsteps. Ta-ta-ta. The footsteps were in the middle of the steps. They walked up bit by bit. The sound was very uniform. Everyone understood that these footsteps belonged to Zhou Tong. He still continued forward to the extent where he didn't even pay attention to the aged voice on the 81st step. At this moment, everyone thought of the 3 Supreme Zhu Shun who had been killed in an instant. This Ediosaurus's current performance was exactly the same as when it had killed the 3 Supreme Zhu Shun in an instant. As Zhou Tong moved forward, the layers of darkness gradually disappeared, allowing everyone to clearly see everything on the 99 stone steps. Silence can't change the outcome of your death. The ancient voice rang out once more. Although it was only a single sentence, it seemed to cause the heavens to resonate with it. Even the boundless chaos was about to shatter and reform because of this single sentence. It was as if countless small worlds were being born and destroyed in the void. Finally, the darkness that enveloped the 99th step completely dispersed, and a stone golem stood on the 81st step. This stone man looked like an old man who had 1 foot in the grave and did not have many years to live. The stone body, all over his body, was almost dry. He stood there, trembling, as if he could fall down the stairs at any time. Furthermore, everyone could clearly see that there were tens of extremely frightening cracks on the stone body. It was like a broken piece of porcelain that had been forcefully glued back together. However, it was precisely this stone statue that possessed an aura that could suppress the heavens. It made one's heart palpitate and was extremely terrifying. The dragons have given birth to another powerhouse. Unfortunately, a mere Supreme Zhu Shun can't change anything. If I were you, I would endure until I became an unparalleled king. Old Stone was extremely old. His stone face was full of wrinkles, as if it had been carved by a knife. At this point, he opened his eyes, and 2 demonic and terrifying rays of light shot out. He said, "You showed up at this time. In the end, you couldn't keep your composure and jumped out. You should learn from the Ediosaurus of the dragons. If it weren't for the coincidence of our world, I'm afraid she would have succeeded in taking that step." Old Stone's voice was like some kind of strange curse that made one's scalp tingle. In particular, there was a sense of superiority in his voice, as if he was looking down on the heavens. However, Zhou Tong did not seem to feel it and continued climbing. The 99 stone steps still emitted a terrifying killing light, but still could not do anything to Zhou Tong. Since ancient times, who knows how many amazing geniuses have been born. It's a pity that there are too few who can catch my eye. You can't avoid your ultimate goal and will eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil. Old Stone saw that Zhou Tong still had no intention of speaking and walked up to him step by step. "It's fine if you don't want to speak. I'll send you to the afterlife." Old Stone raised his withered arm, stretched out a withered finger, and pointed directly at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's eyes swept over, and a wisp of divine sense instantly blocked Old Stone's finger. No matter how much strength he used, the finger could not touch him. Such a terrifying divine sense instantly shocked the revered Old Stone Man King in front of him. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent. This divine sense was vast and powerful. His opponent was not just a little dragon, but a Supreme Zhu Shun that had already reached perfection. Knowing that he had underestimated his opponent, the Old Stone Man King was instantly enraged. What followed was shock and fury. A weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a stone mace. The spikes on the mace pointed towards the sky, and an unparalleled power surged like a torrential river, shaking the past and present. "Damn it, You actually took this step. Another king has appeared in the 9 continents. You can't be left alive. The old stone man king attacked with all his strength. He took a step forward, and with the mace in his hand, he swept it towards Zhou Tong. Dong! At this moment, the chaos collapsed. The mace's attack seemed to have shattered the chaos and opened up a new world. However, in the next moment, this world was destroyed and nothing existed. The stone man king attacked with all his strength. His divine power was unparalleled, and the heavens were shocked. Not bad. Zhou Tong finally spoke. As he spoke, he struck out with a dragon fist. Roar! As Zhou Tong's fist danced, a dragon's roar sounded. Then, all the rules of heaven and earth in the other world seemed to have changed their trajectory. They changed with the momentum of Zhou Tong's fist, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Everyone in the other world was stunned. What kind of terrifying power was this? The dragon fist was invincible. Just a terrifying fist intent was enough to drive the entire world. The world rotated with his will. Such a terrifying scene was the divine power of the supreme Zhu Shun's great perfection. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the dragon fist, wrapped in a monstrous force, directly shattered the barrier of the great world. Just the aftermath shook the heavens. Even the people in the primitive celestial realm vaguely sensed something. Some of the stone man king opened their eyes and looked towards the other world. They felt that there might be a battle between kings in the other world. This was an excellent opportunity to test the other world's foundation and trump cards. Boom! The mace collided with Zhou Tong's dragon fist. In an instant, an earth-shattering bang erupted. Tens of thousands of divine light rays resonated with the sky, and the stars trembled. It was as if the Milky Way had fallen from the 9 heavens, vast and mighty, sweeping across hundreds of millions of miles. This collision shook the world. The Wolf Fang Club trembled unceasingly. Zhou Tong's fist was like a volcanic eruption. Just from the contact, the Wolf Fang Club was sent flying high into the air. It collapsed and fell into the primordial chaos with a loud bang that seemed to split the heavens and earth. Boom! After the mace was sent flying, Zhou Tong's fist did not weaken. It fiercely bombarded the mace's chest. Crack! With a crisp sound, Old Stone's body shook violently. All the hidden injuries on his body burst open. His body, which was originally like porcelain, was directly smashed into pieces by Zhou Tong's fist and scattered on the stone steps. The dark red stone man's blood dyed all the stones red. This scene stunned all the spectators, whether they were from the other world or the 9 states. Even the stone man king, who came later from the primitive celestial realm, was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded and did not dare to breathe loudly. This was the invincible stone man king, who had taken the last step tens of thousands of years ago. He was a stone man who had reached the great perfection. He should have been invincible, but he was defeated with a single punch. And the most shocking thing was that this Ediosaurus, one of the dragons in front of them, was actually made of flesh and blood. It was beyond everyone's imagination to break the stone man king's body with flesh and blood. Chapter 863. You're just a broken stone man. How dare you act tough in front of me? Zhou Tong looked at the blood-stained gravel on the ground. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and a divine soul was caught by his hand. It was Lang Ye's divine soul, the supreme Zhu Shun's great perfection. Someone really walked this path. Lang Ye's divine soul roared in Zhou Tong's palm. Zhou Tong had no sympathy for Lang Ye's roar. He only said one word: refine. This divine sound was like the will of heaven and earth. It carried thousands of godly laws and poured into Zhou Tong's palm. At this moment, his palm seemed to have turned into a furnace, refining Lang Ye's divine soul with all his might. At the same time, Zhou Tong's other arm moved and collected all the blood essence on Old Stone's body. He watered it on a few stalks of grass in his inner world. This was the resurrection grass. As long as the body's Taoist rhyme did not collapse, no matter how serious the injury was, as long as one drank the juice from this grass, they could recover. It could rebuild the body and strengthen the divine soul. This grass was not rare, but it was difficult to cultivate an effective resurrection grass. This was because this grass had to be cultivated with the blood of the Stone Man King. Zhou inner world already had a large amount of resurrection grass, but they were all herbs with no medicinal effect. Now that he had obtained Lang Ya's blood essence, he could cultivate a few stalks of resurrection grass that were really effective. "I'm not satisfied," Lang Ya roared. He used his divine thought to release a terrifying sound that shook the entire world. All the mountains and rivers were resonating with his divine thought. However, it was useless. Zhou immediately collected his broken body into his palm. Then, he sat cross-legged in the void and refined the Stone Man King's Lang Ya. His palm was flowing with colorful lights, and the divine fire on his palm was dancing. At the same time, Lang Ya's unwilling roar could be heard. This scene made all the onlookers dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. This result was simply too shocking. The Stone Man King's body had actually been destroyed with a single punch, and he had even started to refine it in front of everyone. Wolf Fong from another world, the infamous Stone Man back then. I didn't expect him to end up like this. A Heaven Realm Stone King who had hurried over was secretly shocked. A body of flesh and blood. Has this person walked the path of the Supreme Zhu Shun? Someone actually managed to walk through the legendary dead end. The power of the 9 Prefectures faction is going to increase by another level. Flesh Stone King. Legend has it that someone in ancient times managed to cultivate it. Who would have thought that someone else would be able to do it now? Of course, Stone Man King was more interested in Zhou. Although monarchs were not common, there was still a group of them in the universe. However, in their eyes, there was probably only one monarch of flesh and blood in the universe. Ediosaurus is indeed invincible. The Supreme Zhu Shun has reached perfection. It's too powerful. Xiaochen also quietly came to the other world and hid among the Zhu Shun in the other world. This thought emerged in his mind. Well done. The eyes of the other people who were secretly observing from the 9 Prefectures faction all shone brightly. Ediosaurus had actually walked through the path of the Supreme Zhu Shun in such a short period of time, and had also successfully destroyed a Stone Man King who had reached perfection. This kind of result far surpassed the last time when the martial ancestor came to challenge the steps. Ancestor. No, ancestor. Unlike the 9 Prefectures faction and the Heaven Realm faction, the other world was in sorrow. However, at this moment, a soft sigh sounded. It was like the sigh of a devil, and it sounded in the sky of the entire other world. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of horror in their hearts, especially the cultivators of the 9 Prefectures faction who were secretly observing. They even had a fatal sense of crisis. The fear on the faces of the cultivators of the other world disappeared because they had sensed a familiar aura from that sigh. The one who had let out this sigh was another ancestor of theirs. Pretending to be mysterious. Zhou cold snort was like a clap of thunder, breaking all the evil spirits and monsters. The terrifying atmosphere created by this sigh was instantly broken by him. At the same time, the Stone Man King's Wolf Fong had been completely refined by Zhou. The essence of this stone man had been poured into his inner world by Zhou, turning into nourishment for the heaven and earth spiritual essence in his inner world. One could imagine how rich the heaven and earth spiritual essence in this inner world was when all the essence of the Stone Man King was used to irrigate it. Now, the heaven and earth spiritual essence in this inner world was so rich that even the weakest place had reached the standard of some paradises in the primitive heaven realm. In the entire inner world, endless spiritual essence was surging. In some places, the spiritual essence directly liquefied and turned into lakes of spiritual essence. Ancestors of the other world? Get out of here! Zhou was too lazy to say anything. His purpose of coming here was to find trouble with these ancestors of the other world. Although I woke up early, I was reborn safely. With this voice, a Stone Man King appeared on the stairs in front of him. This Stone Man King was as old as Wolf Fawn. However, Unlike Wolf Fang's withered body, these Stone Man King were full of vitality and had no injuries on their bodies. They were Stone Man King in his peak state. This person was the ancestor of the Stone Man King of the other world, Lu Zhan, the king of flesh and blood, the supreme Zhu Shun of the great perfection. I didn't expect such a talent to appear in the 9 regions. Another voice sounded, and another old Stone Man King appeared beside the Stone Man King from before. I don't care if you are the supreme Zhu Shun of the great perfection or something else. If you dare to invade my world, I will kill you without mercy. A cold voice sounded, and then a third Stone Man King appeared. This person's face was cold and handsome, and he looked like a murderous divine blade. For people, I didn't expect that after the battle in the chaotic lands, 4 of them would still be alive. Seeing the 3 Stone Man King, the people of the 9 regions who knew the history were shocked. This time, the Edisaurus had completely probed the other world's foundation. There were actually 4 Stone Man King alive. Not only the 9 regions, but even the Stone Man King of the primitive heavenly realm was shocked. The foundation of the other world was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, this supreme Zhu Shun killed one of the Stone Men. There are only 3 left. If all 4 Stone Men appeared at the same time, the situation of the heavenly realm would completely change. Some of the big shots of the heavenly realm secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, a Stone Man King had fallen before. Otherwise, the other world would be too strong. Boom! However, the moment the 3 Stone Man King appeared, an earth-shattering turmoil suddenly occurred in the ancient cage area of the other world. The human demon Gu Qian finally made his move. His first move was a thunderous strike, directly breaking the ancient cage area of the other world, causing a violent explosion. So it's this little wolf cub. One of the 3 Stone Man Kings' eyes turned cold. He directly stretched out his hand, wanting to kill Gu Qian with 1 finger. Heaven and Earth Destroyer. However, a cold demonic voice pierced out like a divine sword. At this moment, the Stone Man King who attacked seemed to have suffered a terrifying heavy blow. His stone body cracked, and his body shook violently as if he could collapse at any time. Everyone was shocked. This supreme Zhu Shun's divine law was too strong. He had seriously injured a Stone Man King with 1 move. You guys, you want to leave after saying hello? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Zhou Tong said leisurely. The Heaven and Earth Destroyer was his divine ability. Although the Heaven and Earth Destroyer was a top-tier, great divine ability, there was still a huge gap between it and a king's ultimate technique. However, Zhou Tong used a divine ability of this level to seriously injure a Stone Man King with 1 move. Chapter 864. Good. Although I'm old, I don't believe that anyone in this world dares to bully me. The Stone Man King's eyes were as sharp as swords, and a terrifying king's aura burst out instantly. Endless divine light burst out, and his cracked stone body immediately healed with cracking sounds. So this is your purpose? Lu Zhan, the king of stone puppets who appeared first, said coldly. So what if you know? Can you avoid me? Zhou Tong's expression was relaxed, without the slightest hint of nervousness. Gu Qian had already begun to move. It could be foreseen that this time, the otherworldly demons would suffer great losses. At the very least, this immemorial cage would definitely be broken. No one is a match for the 3 kings. If you want to die, we can fulfill your wish. But now we have to get rid of that little wolf cub first. Another Stone Man King moved. He waved a huge, ancient stone saber and suddenly slashed at Gu Qian. A misty halo flowed on the ancient stone saber, and in an instant, it became the only thing in the world. At this moment, the saber aura was so powerful that it suppressed the whole world. The whole world was shaking as if it was going to be split open by the saber. Zhou Tong still stood in the same place without moving. A divine sword that looked like green jade appeared in his palm, and he waved it casually. The green light flowed like water waves. The Ediosaurus sword shone brightly and dazzlingly. The sword light was eternal, and it cut all the divine laws in the world. Clang! The saber and the sword collided, and a blazing divine light burst out in the void. The supreme saber aura was surging, and the peerless sword light was shining. The universe was torn apart, and the void exploded. The whole 99 steps were shaking violently, and, at this moment, the 36 steps at the bottom were directly shattered. This was a supreme confrontation between king-level experts. Even the 99 stone steps couldn't withstand such an attack. Billions of saber auras and sword auras collided and destroyed each other. Then, they quickly extinguished, and the 36 steps that were originally shattered were directly turned into ashes. This kind of peerless aura was enough to cause others to tremble. Just a little bit of this aura was enough to destroy countless immemorial devil cities and a large area of Zushan. In the end, the saber chi disappeared, leaving only a green sword light in the world. Poof! At this moment, blood splattered everywhere. The blade-wielding Stone Man King's chest had been pierced through by Zhou Tong's sword, and blood flowed out. The Stone Man King let out a long howl on the spot, and instantly the void shattered into pieces. The blood in the Stone Man King's body was blood essence, and a single drop was enough to cause a large part of the great world to collapse. If this place was not the most important 99 steps of the great world, the entire great world would have collapsed. Do you think I don't exist? Zhou Tong held his sword and looked down at the three great kings. With 2 consecutive strikes, he had already severely injured 2 Stone Man King. At this moment, the 3 kings finally realized that Zhou Tong was definitely not an ordinary king. His strength was at the top even among the Stone Man King. Even the ancestors of Jojo back then were no match for him. Let's join forces and kill him first. Lu Zhan was very decisive and immediately attacked. They were no longer in the mood to pay attention to Gu Qian. Instead, they were preparing to kill Zhou Tong first. That's right. This person is too big of a threat. He's even more terrifying than Panga King. We can't let him live. The Stone Man King, who had been severely injured by Zhou Tong's magical power, also cooperated with Lu Zhan. A stone soldier appeared in his hand. It was a sledgehammer, and it had the power of destruction. He attacked together with Lu Zhan. The Stone Man King with the sword also attacked immediately. Together with the power of the 3 great Stone Man Kings, they fought against Zhou Tong together. Although Zhou Tong could be said to be invincible among the kings, the 3 kings of the great world were the battle saints among the kings. Any one of them would be a supreme master in the primitive heaven realm. They were invincible in one-on-one combat. Even the Stone Man King, who could match them, was very rare. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power skyrocketed. Rumble! Heaven and earth were vast and boundless. Brilliant divine light penetrated through the world barrier. Terrifying divine power ripples spread to the myriad worlds. For a moment, the heavens shook. Even the distant heaven realm of primitive desolation was shaken by this battle. As Lu Zhan raised his hand, the stars moved, and the universe was destroyed. It was as if heaven and earth were splitting apart. He stretched out his huge stone palm, which seemed to be holding a part of the world in his palm. It contained endless galaxies. With a flip of his hand, he was about to suppress and refine Zhou Tong. Clang! In response, Zhou Tong just casually slashed out with his sword. A sword light flew out and destroyed eternity. The starry world in Lu Zhan's stone palm was instantly cut open, and the universe in his palm was cut open. Even half of Lu Zhan's palm was almost cut off by Zhou Tong's sword. Whoosh! Lu Zhan immediately retreated to heal his wounds. The Stone Man King with the hammer also rushed up quickly and smashed down with the hammer. In an instant, there was a burst of bloody light. It was as if billions of bloody stars were falling down, and the world was crimson red. However, Zhou Tong slapped out a seal with his hand. It was the true dragon seal that he evolved with the true dragon treasure technique. Rumble! He used the true dragon seal to break the divine hammer and sent the mighty stone hammer flying. At the same time, the true dragon seal enlarged like a coiling dragon and heavily bombarded the Stone Man King's chest. Boom! It caused the Hammer Stone King's body to split open on the spot, and Stone Man blood seeped out. One could imagine how terrifying the power of Zhou Tong's true dragon seal was. His body fell heavily on the stairs and smashed 3 layers of stone steps on the spot. Just 3 stone men. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Zhou Tong consecutively repelled 2 kings. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and 10,000 worlds. It shook the ancient times and passed through the future. It was as if a long dragon had passed through the past, present, and future. This was the divine technique that Zhou Tong created by combining the true dragon technique with the 8 great heavenly sounds of origin. With a roar, the most fundamental laws, great Taos, and divine laws in the world were all rumbling. It was extremely brilliant. Kacha kacha! Before the saber-wielding king could make a move, his body began to crack. Thousands of cracks appeared on his intimidating stone body, and there was a possibility that he would completely collapse at any time. Terrifying battle strength. Is this the divine might of the supreme Zhu Shun? It's simply unparalleled in the heavens. So powerful. Another King Pangu. The heavenly realm great leaders who were watching the battle sighed softly. King Pangu's strength could be said to be the strongest among the current kings. Not only was his strength terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that he had the second strongest stone soldier in the world, the Pangu axe. Although it was only a stone soldier that had been broken and reassembled, and its power was not as powerful as before, it was still the divine weapon of a former emperor. In the hands of King Pangu, its power was extremely terrifying. After walking the path of the supreme Zhu Shun, is it so powerful? Some Stone Man King were extremely envious. Some even regretted it. They regretted that they had given up the path of the supreme Zhu Shun and started to cultivate the path of the Stone Man King. If they had not regretted it back then, would they also have such battle strength now? Many Stone Man King secretly asked themselves. A Stone Man King with such battle strength can't be left alive. Some of the heavenly realm great leaders vaguely had some thoughts. Even if a winner could be determined between the Stone Man King, it would often take a period of fierce battle. For example, Zhou Tong, who could severely injure a Stone Man King in 2 or 3 moves, would definitely be a battle between a top-notch Stone Man King and a Stone Man King who had just taken this step. For example, in the heavenly realm, there had once been a king from the otherworldly faction. However, as soon as he was born, he was immediately killed by King Pangu, who had rushed over after hearing the news. However, the 3 Stone Man King who were being beaten up in front of them were clearly the strongest among the Stone Man King. None of the Stone Man King dared to imagine how terrifying this supreme Zhu Shun's battle strength was. If this supreme Zhu Shun continued to live, it would be equivalent to having an additional knife above the heads of all the stone men. The kings who had always been used to abusing others were naturally unwilling. Chapter 865. In the ancient cage area of the alien world. The entire cage area was in chaos. Gu Qian, who had cultivated to the supreme Zushan realm, was running amok in this area. No one was his match. He opened layer after layer of cages, broke through the formations of the kings, and released countless prisoners. The prisoners who had escaped immediately added to the chaos in the area. Blood and fire flew together, and sin and chaos danced together. But in such chaos, the kings of the alien world had no time to care about other things, because their condition was not optimistic. Boom! The god laws exploded, and endless waves of god power surged. Stone Men's blood splashed out. The scene here was too shocking. The 3 Stone Man Kings of the alien world had already done their best and were fighting crazily. If it was a one-on-one fight, None of them could take more than a few moves from Zhou. They would all be defeated within a few moves. But the three of them together gave them a chance to breathe. But it was just a chance. As the battle continued, their advantage would be squeezed by Zhou bit by bit, and then dissipated. We can't go on like this. Lu Zhan recovered a little from his injuries. Then he and the other Stone Man Kings looked at each other, and the three of them attacked at the same time. Boom! The three of them used all their strength and joined forces to launch their strongest attack. It was as if they could split the whole great world. It was too powerful. Zhou broke the joint attack of the three with one sword, and for a moment, the whole alien world trembled violently. The aftermath of the sword light even spread to the three Stone Man Kings, and their stone bodies were penetrated by the sword light again. But the three of them didn't care at all. Lu Zhan uttered a series of strange syllables, and at the same time, the other two Stone Man Kings moved their hands and kept making all kinds of mysterious seals. They were cooperating with Lu Zhan to carry out some kind of summoning and prayer ritual. Zhou heart trembled, but at the same time, endless anticipation appeared in his heart. It's finally coming out. The other world's ultimate trump card, an Emperor-class Devil Shadow. I want to see just how strong an Emperor-class Devil Shadow is. Helping Guqian was one of the reasons why he wanted to break through the 99th step of the other world. The second reason was that he wanted to see this demonic shadow for himself. This demonic shadow was undoubtedly an Emperor-level existence, but it wasn't a normal Emperor-level existence. Instead, it was an Emperor-level existence that wasn't in a clear state of mind, or perhaps it was afraid of something, so it couldn't go all out. This was the best opportunity to pry into the secrets of the Emperor-level expert. Perhaps it would be difficult to find such an opportunity in the entire universe to pry into the mysteries of the Emperor-level expert. Even if the Edisaurus is invincible, nothing can be changed. The tragedy will repeat itself. Let's end this completely. Lu Zhan completed all the summoning rituals in an instant. Then his cold voice sounded, as if he was making a judgment. Boom! At this moment, the final end of the shattered 99th step shook violently. The pitch-black fog dispersed, and everyone stared at the end of the steps with their eyes wide open. They saw a withered immortal tree, as well as endless ruins. All of this was just a corner of a strange world that was revealed by an open door. Everyone could see clearly that at the end of the steps, there was a huge altar. On the altar, there was an open stone door that connected to another world. After all of this was revealed, a terrifying black fog emerged from the tall altar. At the same time, a huge pressure pressed down on everyone. All the kings who were secretly observing were horrified. They vaguely saw a demonic shadow appear behind the door. What is that? The king's expressions changed. What was that? What kind of power was that? Even when the unparalleled Zhu Shun suppressed the three kings, although the kings praised his battle prowess, they could clearly feel that this unparalleled Zhu Shun was in existence on the same level as them. However, this demonic shadow was completely different. All the kings instantly understood that they were not of the same dimension as the demonic shadow. Just by looking at it, they could feel their bodies and minds trembling. Dong! The 99th step shook, and a formless pressure came from above. Good come. Zhou grabbed at the void with his left hand, and the sacred dragon's tree appeared in his palm. This tree had a total of 9 small branches, each with different colors. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Every leaf was like a piece of jade, containing an unimaginable divine power that could suppress the mortal world. The sacred tree shone, and then Zhou waved the tree, and a 9-colored light flew out instantly. The sacred dragon's tree transformed at the same time as Zhou, and it contained his most original imprint of the Great Tao. At this moment, the light on the 9 leaves combined and fused together, releasing the most powerful attack. On the other side, the demonic shadow that was condensed inside the door also began to walk out, bringing with it pitch-black smoke that dropped down. On one side was the 9-colored light, and on the other side was the pitch-black fog. A silent collision occurred between the two. Then the other world shook, the world of death shook, the great desolate realm shook, and even the myriad of worlds past, present, and future shook. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth became blurry, and everything ceased to exist. It was as if the myriad of worlds had been completely destroyed. No one could clearly see the result of this attack, and no one could clearly understand the process of this attack. Even countless kings thought that they were like illusions and did not exist. Everyone's thoughts stopped, and they were completely unaware. They were simply like dead trees. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, this huge collision finally ended. Then, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, and it shook the heavens. At this moment, everyone was startled awake and looked in the direction of the stairs. The originally radiant and invincible Zhou Tong closed his eyes and fell down from the 99 steps. Meanwhile, the stone door leading to the other world was shut without leaving a single gap. No! The three ancestors of the other world cried out at the same time, and they let out heart-wrenching roars of anger. This door was the other world's final trump card. After it was closed, it would be difficult to open it again. Damned Edisaurus. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for the loss of our world. I'll destroy your body and soul. Lu Zhan was very decisive, and he directly attacked in the direction where Zhou Tong fell. However, when Lu Zhan came to Zhou Tong's side, he was shocked. Zhou Tong, who should have been severely injured or even dead, suddenly opened his eyes when he came over. This. Lu Zhan's heart trembled. Zhou Tong's combat strength had already scared him out of his wits, and his heart was filled with fear. How is this possible? That demonic shadow was in existence above the Stone Man King. In the battle with Luandi, it was this demonic shadow that directly destroyed the bodies and souls of the 5 Stone Man Kings. No matter how strong this Edisaurus was, after a head-on collision, it would at least be severely injured or even half dead. How could it still have such power? You think I'm covering for Gu Qian to break through the Archean cage? You think I'm testing the king level of your world? You think I'm testing the Emperor's power? I'm sorry, but I have to lay my cards on the table. You're my ultimate target, and I need you to do something for me. Zhou Tong's voice sounded in Lu Zhan's mind. I'm your ultimate target? Lu Zhan's heart was filled with countless doubts. What did he do to become the ultimate target of this demonic shadow? Lu Zhan was puzzled, but he didn't have the chance to think now. The moment Zhou Tong's voice fell, a finger had already pointed between Lu Zhan's eyebrows. Chapter 866. As Zhou Tong and the demonic shadow collided, the entire other world went crazy. At the same time, the Stone Man King of the Heavenly Realm also made a move. Everyone made a move at the same time to seal the door of the other world. More than 10 Stone Man King worked together to set up the seal. The group of ancestors of the other world felt despair when they saw it. The remaining 2 ancestors of the other world were furious at the same time. Their roars shook the sky. After recovering slightly from their injuries, they immediately attacked the kings. Such a posture was no longer as wretched as when he fought with Zhou Tong earlier, fully displaying his domineering and fierce battle strength. Woo-woo! But soon, a series of ghostly wails and wolf howls were heard. The kings of the world of death also made a move. Terrifying energy waves were vast and mighty like a river. They directly hit the stone door and strengthened the seal. Buzz! At this time, the sky shook again. A huge stone axe trembled, and the blade of the axe kept vibrating. Every ray of light was like the most terrifying lightning, sweeping in all directions. In the end, all the rays of light connected and combined with the power of the kings to seal the door. The 2 Stone Man King of the other world fought with all their strength, but they couldn't shake the seals of the kings. This time, there were too many kings who made a move. Where's Lu Zhan? Do you still need to chase after a dying Supreme Zhu Shun for so long? The king with the saber suddenly roared, and his voice shook the other world. There were too many kings who made a move. Although those kings didn't fight with their lives, with so many people attacking, the two-stone man king couldn't hold on anymore. "I'm here!" An earth-shattering roar sounded, and Lujan's figure reappeared on the battlefield. A chaotic battle broke out instantly. The kings of the Otherworld began a fight in the Otherworld. After the three kings of the Otherworld reunited, although they couldn't reopen the door at the end of the stairs, they used a secret method to forcibly summon a trace of imperial power and quickly ended the battle. At this time, King Pangu suddenly showed his power. He directly split open the barrier of the primitive heavenly realm with his axe, allowing the group of cultivators and people who evacuated from the 9 continents 10,000 years ago to enter the primitive heavenly realm. At the same time, Zhou Tong cooperated with King Pangu and sent the Dragon Island into the primitive heaven realm. The biggest achievement of this battle was that the forces of Jojo had entered the heaven realm and became the most powerful force in the heaven realm. Of course, the Stone Man King of the heaven realm of primitive desolation had also died in this battle. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. In the core region of the 9 prefectures of the primitive heaven realm, the old land of Pangu, there was a huge heavenly palace. Zhou Tong finally woke up from his deep seclusion and walked out of the palace. "You finally awakened. Looks like you were seriously injured in the battle 100 years ago." A voice rang out. The person who spoke was a burly stone man king, who looked like a small giant. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extraordinarily handsome. This man was the only remaining ancestor of the 9 states, King Pangu. However, the supreme Zhu Shun of flesh and blood is really enviable. You recovered from this kind of injury in just 100 years. If it were me, it would be impossible for me to recover without 100,000 years. An old voice rang out. Another Stone Man King was sitting cross-legged opposite King Pangu. There was a hint of emotion in his voice. Zhou Tong did not know this Stone Man King. He should have been born in the last 100 years because his aura was not as stable as the other Stone Man Kings. However, although he did not know him, Zhou Tong could guess his identity. The aura on his body was very similar to Ku's. He was from the same clan as Ku, so there was no doubt about his identity. He must be Ku's ancestor. That demonic figure has yet to truly make a move. He has only taken a step towards me. He hasn't even walked out of that door, and I've already been seriously injured. That supreme level is truly something that one yearns for. Zhou Tong sighed softly. Alas, actually, you should have discussed with us. If you had made your move a little later, perhaps the results of this battle would have been much greater. Ku shook her head. When you were breaking through the 99 stone steps, King Pangu was guarding me and taking the last step. If you had made your move a year later, the 3 of us would have made our move together. 3 kings? What about Guqian? He has already reached the peak of the supreme Zhu Shun. Did he die in the subsequent battle? Zhou Tong asked. In that battle, he actually did not pay much attention to other things. He had suppressed Lu Zhan with his seriously injured body, which was already the limit. After that, he cooperated with King Pangu to send the dragons into the primitive heaven realm and went into seclusion to heal his injuries. He did not know much about other things. He was suppressing his father. King Pangu shook his head. This time, we were able to break through the ancient cage of the other world, which was indeed a great result. Unfortunately, Winged Dragon has been modified by the other world for countless years. I don't know how long it will take for it to recover. Now, Guqian has to suppress Winged Dragon at all times. At the same time, he is also combing Winged Dragon's soul, hoping to wake it up. Ku Xianzhu also said, if it can be successfully awakened, we will have 4 kings on our side, and even Winged Dragon, who is not inferior to a king. This kind of strength is second to none, even in the heaven realm. Guqian's father was Winged Dragon. He was a kind of dragon with wings. Back then, he was almost like an Ediosaurus, an existence that had almost taken the last step. In fact, his battle prowess was no weaker than the average stone puppet king. Unfortunately, After countless years of modification, his mind had long been obscured, and he had become a weapon of war in the other world. Now, Guqian was always by his father's side, hoping to restore his father's consciousness bit by bit. Therefore, in a short period of time, Guqian could not be counted on to solve the matter of the 9 states. I see. Zhou Tong nodded. He roughly understood what had happened during this period of time. If I'm not wrong, you might have touched that level. King Pangu suddenly asked. Zhou Tong was slightly shocked. King Pangu had actually seen through his current realm. The moment he collided with the demonic shadow on the 99th step, Zhou Tong vaguely sensed a trace of the mysteries of the Emperor level. Although he had spent the past 100 years healing his injuries, he had actually been carefully studying the mysteries of the Emperor level. It was also because he had touched a trace of the mysteries of the Emperor level that he was able to recover from his injuries in just 100 years. As expected, you have really touched that realm. King Pangu sighed softly. When you were fighting against the 3 ancestors of the other world, I suspected that you had touched that realm because your combat strength was really not like that of King Realm. Even if Supreme Zhu Shun and Stone Man King had reached perfection at the same time, it was impossible for them to have such combat strength. Zhou Tong did not say much. His realm belonged to Supreme Zhu Shun and Stone Man King. However, the root cause of his combat strength was actually the 9 kings who had sacrificed themselves. Because of their sacrifice, Zhou Tong's foundation were many times stronger than that of an ordinary Stone Man King. Listen to my advice. That realm is unknown. It's better not to pursue it too much, King Pangu finally advised. Chapter 867. After talking with Pangu King, Zhou Tong went to the place where Guqian was. It was still in the depths of a palace in the old land of Pangu. When he arrived here, Zhou Tong immediately saw a huge stone dragon. It had the body of an Eddisaurus, but a pair of wings grew out of its back. However, half of these wings had been cut off. The dragon lay on the ground, struggling from time to time. Occasionally, it opened its eyes. They were red, and one could not even see its normal eyes. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard. Blood mist rose around the dragon, and a monstrous, murderous aura surged out. If an existence below the king stage was hit by this murderous aura, it would be possible for them to explode and die on the spot. However, in front of the stone dragon's head, Guqian sat quietly. Every time the stone dragon was about to roar and struggle, Guqian would forcefully suppress it. At the same time, a ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows and connected with the stone dragon's eyebrows. He was trying his best to restore the stone dragon's consciousness. At this moment, since Guqian had completed his undercover career, he naturally did not need a petrified arm to hide anything. He had already removed the stone arm and reborn a body of flesh and blood. You're here. Guqian had already sensed Zhou Tong's arrival. This is your father. Zhou Tong also sized up the dragon. There was no doubt that this dragon was very strong. Its combat strength was definitely not inferior to the ordinary Stone Man King. However, he was actually the same as the Eddisaurus. He had not really taken that step and was only 1 step away. The experiment in the other world was a success. The Stone Man, who was only 1 step away, was forcibly transformed into this appearance by them. After the Stone Man took that step, he was completely different from before. However, he now has the combat strength of the Stone Man King. He's not the Stone Man King, but he has the combat strength of the Stone Man King. This situation is similar to Zhu Shun's war ancestor. If he must be named, he might be the War King. Zhou Tong was also shocked and surprised. The other world was powerful not only because of their strength, but also because of their bottomless foundation. Now, even this kind of artificial king had appeared. Yes, he's my father. Unfortunately, he's delirious. Guqian said, although I've found a way to recover, he's been in a coma for 3 civilizations. It's too long. Even if I want him to recover, I'll need at least 1 or 2 civilizations. During this period, I can't relax. Please forgive me. Guqian said, well, as long as you know that he can't be saved. Guqian was very busy right now, so Zhou Tong did not say anything more and directly turned around and left. After leaving Guqian's side, he returned to Dragon Island. After entering the great desolate heaven realm, whether it was the environment or the conditions, everything was better than the previous 9 regions. Therefore, the dragons of Dragon Island had a big explosion in the past 100 years. The previous 9 war ancestors had all comprehended the mystery of Zhu Shun and became Zhu Shun in the past 100 years. After that, there were 3 dragons who successfully broke through to the war ancestor realm in the past 100 years. King Pangu really knows the secret of the Emperor level. He's warning me not to think about breaking through to the Emperor level. Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. But unfortunately, even if I want to break through, there's no way. Zhou Tong also secretly regretted it. Although he had made progress in the past 100 years, he had only really touched the Emperor level. If he wanted to really reach this level, there was no way for him to do so. In terms of the cultivation system of shrouding the heavens world, Zhou Tong could only be regarded as an immortal king before, but now he was already the kind of immortal king who had given birth to a ray of quasi-immortal emperor glory. Of course, his so-called emperor's light was still very thin, even indiscernible. After all, he had just stepped into this realm. However, it's impossible for me to stop here and not get involved in the mystery of the emperor level. Although there can't be an emperor level in this world, it doesn't mean that shrouding the heavens world can't exist. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart, as long as I confirm what the emperor level is, I should be able to start thinking about ways to break through. Calculating the time, it's almost time to start the matter of Little Stone Emperor. It just so happens that Lu Zhan, this chess piece, could be used well. Zhou Tong's mind moved, and he disappeared from Dragon Island. He appeared on the top of an immemorial demon mountain, and there was already a stone man king on the top of this mountain. It was Lu Zhan, one of the 3 ancestors of the other world. In the battle in the other world, Lu Zhan's real divine soul had already been restrained by Zhou Tong, suppressed, soul-searched, and refined. The divine soul in this body was simulated by Zhou Tong's avatar. Moreover, in order to prevent others from discovering his traces, he deliberately cut off the connection between this avatar and himself. He even cut off many memories, leaving only the original imprint of Lu Zhan's great Tao. In the original work, Little Stone Emperor successfully transformed into an emperor level with the help of Lu Zhan's great Tao and divine power. Zhou Tong didn't know whether Little Stone Emperor could still succeed if Lu Zhan was replaced by someone else, so Lu Zhan couldn't die. However, Zhou Tong urgently wanted to know the mystery of Little Stone Emperor becoming an emperor level, so he could only control Lu Zhan. This was actually his ultimate goal of going to the other world to break through the 99 stone steps. Is there any news about Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum? Zhou Tong asked leisurely. Lu Zhan nodded and said, an expert from the floating island accidentally found the location of the Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum. However, by the time he went back to report to the Celestial Realm's giant, Ancestor Xiankong, the mausoleum in that area had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if the mausoleum could run away. I don't know where it ran to. After that, Ancestor Xiankong stayed there for 3 days and used Stone Man King's powerful divine sense to search. In the end, he could only conclude that there was indeed an extremely powerful restriction there that blocked the aura of Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum. This Lu Zhan, who had been controlled by Zhou Tong's divine sense, explained what had happened in the heaven realm during this period of time bit by bit. Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum was the most important thing during this period of time. Ancestor Xiankong originally wanted to slowly crack the restriction left behind by Little Stone Emperor before seizing all the good fortune in Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum by himself. However, in the end, the news was leaked and the matter of Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum was announced to the world. The originally calm, primitive heaven realm was once again in an uproar. Now all the big shots in the primitive heaven realm began to take action one after another, constantly searching for Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum. As a result, the primitive heaven realm was surging with wind and clouds. It's about time. Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum. Maybe this is another good opportunity to spy on the Emperor level, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. During this period of time, I'll hide in your body. You can take advantage of the situation. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. He hid himself in Lu Zhan's body. Chapter 868. A storm was brewing in the primitive celestial realm. The news of the Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum had ignited the atmosphere in the primitive celestial realm. Countless kings were dispatched to find a mausoleum and seize the fortune inside. The Little Stone Emperor was a mighty lord of the primordial age. His might was awe-inspiring, and he had countless glorious achievements when he was alive. In that era, the Little Stone Emperor was the symbol of invincibility. In fact, it could be seen from his title. All the Stone Man King's titles were actually king, but only the Little Stone Emperor's title was emperor. Moreover, there were real emperors in the primordial age. Those who were called emperors in that era had unimaginable strength. In the end, everyone found a place called Sky Rift Valley. What made Zhou Tong curious was that Xiao Chun had also come here. He even brought Ko with him. Xiao Chun is really a chess piece that causes trouble wherever he goes. Zhou Tong was speechless. He had changed so many things, but he still brought Ku here to share the fortune of the Little Stone Emperor. Boom! At this moment, as if some restriction or condition had been triggered, a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted from the Rift Valley. 7 black stars instantly soared into the sky and then rapidly enlarged, fixed in the sky above the Rift Valley. At the same time, a vast power beyond anyone's imagination completely drowned the place like a flood. Everything was broken, and in the end, only the 7 black stars were left spinning in the sky. These 7 pitch-black stars were faintly tinged with traces of blood, as if they were 7 black stars that were stained with blood. The 7 stars filled the sky with a majestic aura and suppressed the world. It was as if everything would tremble under this power. The 7 demonic stars of the Little Stone Emperor. These things are actually natural things. Zhou Tong, who was hiding in Lu Zhan's body, naturally saw these 7 demonic stars. He was very interested in these things. It was rumored that when the Little Stone Emperor was born, he held 7 demonic stars in his hand. This was his innate power, especially after the Little Stone King became the Stone Man King. These 7 demonic stars became unimaginable treasures. However, Zhou Tong had a strange feeling when he looked at the 7 devil stars. This kind of innate thing looked a bit like the things that the innate supremes of the shrouding heaven world had during the chaotic ancient era. The natural-born sovereign of the shrouded heaven world in the chaotic ancient era wasn't just the sovereign bone of Heavenly Emperor Huang. There were other things. For example, some people were born with a long spear in their hands, or some people's heads were born with divine abilities and precious techniques. Those who possessed these things that were different from ordinary people and contained the power of precious techniques could all be called natural-born supreme beings. The Little Stone Emperor's 7 demonic stars also seemed to be innately supreme. However, at this moment, the 7 demonic stars had turned into the eye of the formation, forming a terrifying and peerless formation. It even connected with the power of the myriad worlds and could wipe out all life. With the appearance of the small stone royal tomb, everyone went crazy and wanted to rush into the tomb to seize the fortunes inside. However, the small stone emperor's tomb seemed to have a life of its own as it constantly jumped in the void. Any tricks that wanted to enter were blocked by the tomb's formation. But then, the 5 Stone Man King took action and fixed the position of the small stone emperor's tomb together. Everyone smoothly entered the small stone emperor's tomb. The small stone emperor's tomb didn't look like a tomb at all, but a great world. The group advanced, but encountered all kinds of dangers along the way. The small stone emperor had already calculated everything when he was alive. He had even calculated things in the future. Therefore, these so-called dangers were actually screening people who met his conditions to enter the deepest part of the tomb. Finally, all the cultivators who met the conditions came to the deepest part of the tomb. They saw the 7 huge tombs and also the imprints left behind by the small stone emperor. But soon, the small stone emperor's backup plan was launched. The 7 stone man kings' imprints that Shao Qian had obtained were all invited by the small stone emperor to the 7 tombs and sat there cross-legged. Soon, all the stone man king who had entered the tomb were also invited out by the small stone emperor. These 7 people originally wanted to seize everything in the small stone emperor's tomb. But in the end, they were intimidated by the small stone emperor's arrangements and divine might. They calmed down and discussed the Tao with the small stone emperor. As everyone took their positions, this Tao discussion officially began. What is Tao? As the owner of this place, the small stone emperor was the first to speak. Tao is the law. It has form and traces. It can be followed and captured. It controls the law and is the manifestation of the great Tao. Soon, a stone king spoke, explaining his understanding of Tao. But soon, another person refuted, saying, Tao is formless and unfathomable. Tao is the origin, evolving all things in the world. You and I are all Tao. Tao is formless. Tao has no origin. Tao has no root. Tao follows nature. You and I are Tao, but also not Tao. The small stone emperor himself, the 7 people, and the 7 corpses, a total of 15 stone man king, were discussing the great Tao here. For a time, the entire small stone emperor's tomb was filled with thousands of rays of multicolored light, thousands of auspicious colors, and holy divine light, illuminating all directions. There were also lotuses blooming in the void, and there was a gurgling divine spring of the great Tao underground. All the gloomy aura in the tomb completely disappeared, turning into a quiet and peaceful pure land. The void was filled with the sound of Tao, allowing people to comprehend Tao. Zhou Tong listened quietly to these great Tao, and for a time, he was filled with many emotions. In particular, the 7 corpses invited by the small stone emperor had the imprints of the 5 kings of Luandi, and even Lu Zhan's own great Tao profundity. These were all great Tao that Zhou Tong had comprehended long ago, so it was obviously easier for him to understand than the other stone man kings. But the great Tao profundity of the small stone emperor and the other stone man kings were different. These were all things that he had never obtained before and could greatly enrich his foundation. Most importantly, this kind of Tao discussion in front of him was the collision of the great Tao of the 15 stone man kings. It could stimulate brilliant sparks of wisdom, and it could stimulate countless new viewpoints and new understandings. This kind of collision was something that Zhou Tong dreamed of. All this time, although he had obtained countless imprints of the Stone Man King's great Tao, he was only one person. No matter how he understood it, it was all in his own direction. But now, this kind of Tao discussion had countless more possibilities, especially when there was the small stone emperor, the overlord of the Stone Man Kings, among them. Zhou Tong had a vague feeling that when the small stone emperor was alive, his strength was probably not inferior to his. As the Tao discussion progressed, Zhou Tong instantly seemed to have entered the origin of Tao, and he could comprehend the endless great Tao profundity. There was an endless void, endless time, space, and great Tao. All of this was vast and boundless, magnificent. Chapter 869. The duration of the Tao discussion wasn't very long. It was only a dozen or so years. However, during these dozen or so years, Zhou Tong felt as if his entire body had undergone a metamorphosis. The benefits he obtained from this Tao discussion were too great. The Tao is formless. It gradually moves further and further away. The extreme produces the opposite. From returning to returning, it is the one who escapes. The little stone emperor looked at Lu Zhan and nodded. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a large tomb suddenly split open with a bang. The lunar shadow demonic blade flew out. This lunar shadow demonic blade was a famous divine weapon from ancient times. It was also the weapon that the Little Stone Emperor had once used. He took out this weapon and handed it to Lu Zhan, saying, "Very good explanation. This stone soldier is yours." Everyone looked at the Little Stone Emperor in shock. He actually gave away such a powerful stone soldier, just like that. However, soon after, the Little Stone Emperor took out another stone soldier. It was a stone seal that he had personally refined. He gave it to one of the 5 kings of ancient chaos, serene. There were a total of 3 emperor weapons here. There were a total of 7 stone soldiers in the other 7 large tombs. However, in the end, only 2 people's great Tao was appreciated by the Little Stone Emperor, and they received stone soldiers. "It's about time to start," Zhou Tong said silently in his heart as he hid on Lu Zhan. Then, the Little Stone Emperor casually explained the reason for his death back then. At that time, the Little Stone Emperor was already invincible in the world. Who could kill him? He had committed suicide because he felt that his future path was already cut off. Thus, he used suicide to set up an eternal plan, preparing to forcefully break through to a higher level. Then, the Little Stone Emperor's backup plan finally appeared. The 7 large tombs were set up by the Little Stone Emperor with everything he had when he was alive. There were 7 king-level great formations in each tomb. The 7 tombs had a total of 49 great formations, enough to trap the 7 kings for 10,000 years. As the backup plan erupted, the 7 kings were suppressed in the tombs at the same time. At the same time, the Little Stone Emperor's mark turned into a stream of light and rushed into the ground. Then, the ground split open, and a tall body that was half flesh and half stone rose up. The Little Stone Emperor has reached this step. Zhou Tong was also shocked. After seeing Little Stone King's body, he finally understood how strong Little Stone King was when he was alive. If a king tier was compared to a celestial king that covered the sky, then people like Zhou Tong were equivalent to having a wisp of quasi-celestial emperor's light on the surface of their bodies. However, people like the Little Stone Emperor had half of the power in their bodies transformed into quasi-celestial emperor's power. This was a step ahead of everyone else. The flesh and blood of the stone body could be regenerated. It was the dream of all the Stone Kings. Once it was regenerated perfectly, it would become a genuine emperor-level expert. Wong. At this time, the 7 tombs that trapped the kings suddenly lit up. Rays of divine light flew out of the tombs and gathered around Little Stone King. The matrix in the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor began to refine the great path divine power of the 7 great kings. At the same time, an old Taoist next to Shao Chun suddenly trembled and walked towards the Little Stone King. He was the Little Stone King's new body and had already snuck into the tomb. Boom! At this time, the old Taoist burst out with brilliant light and collided with the body of the Little Stone Emperor that had fallen in ancient times. Suddenly, the 7 tombs shook violently at the same time. All the refined, great path divine power rushed towards the 2 people in the center. The dazzling light soared into the sky like the sun, blinding people's eyes. The aura in the entire tomb fluctuated like the sea. Even the cultivators who had not entered this place could feel a terrifying aura. The old Taoist's flesh and blood body and the Little Stone Emperor's half-flesh and half-stone body suddenly fused together. This process was extraordinary and mysterious. Drops of blood spurted out, and countless stone powder fell off. Bones were broken and reassembled, making bone-chilling sounds. The Little Stone Emperor and the old Taoist were undergoing the transformation of their flesh and blood. This kind of transformation, it feels a bit like the scene when the Huangtian Emperor fused with his body. This thought vaguely appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. However, Zhou Tong didn't have time to think too much. This transformation process was very mysterious, so he had no choice but to comprehend it wholeheartedly. Boom! Finally, there was an earth-shattering sound. The little stone emperor's old body and new body finally fused together completely. Originally, only half of his body was made of flesh and blood. At this time, 70% of his body had completely turned into flesh and blood. The little stone emperor was completely reborn, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted. His strength instantly rose to a terrifying level. The 7 great kings shut their mouths at the same time, not daring to say anything. Even Zhou Tong felt his heart palpitate. The current little stone emperor was too terrifying. He had far surpassed him. He definitely had the strength to fight against the demonic shadow after the 99th step in the other world. At this moment, a terrifying aura shook the ground of the heavenly realm. It swept through the heavenly realm like a tsunami. Many kings who were in seclusion opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the location of the little stone emperor's tomb in shock. Their expressions couldn't help but change drastically. They thought of many things, such as the strange death of the little stone emperor back then. Some extremely ancient stone man kings were even more shocked because they vaguely understood what the little stone emperor's transformation meant. Emperor level. The little stone emperor has actually touched the emperor level. He's even one step ahead of the Edisaurus. It's really terrifying, King Pangu exclaimed in his heart. But it's a pity that the mighty lord of the generation is still going to fall in the end. King Pangu clearly knew a lot of inside information. He understood that in this world, it was impossible for emperors to exist. At this moment in the little stone emperor's tomb, after the little stone emperor's past body and new body merged, it was definitely not a simple superposition. Not only did he inherit the supreme combat strength of the primordial era, but he also had a brand new transformation. If when I transformed back then, I sacrificed the heir of the 9 Dragons Dragon Ball as an addition, then the little stone emperor's transformation now is a multiplication. Zhou Tong thought to himself, the emperor isn't simply Supreme Zhu Shun plus Stone Man King, but Supreme Zhu Shun times Stone Man King. For example, Zhou Tong's addition combined the path of the Stone Man King and Supreme Zhu Shun. Although his strength would soar and far surpass other kings, no matter what, it could not be compared to multiplication. In particular, breaking through to the Emperor realm was not as simple as adding the path of Supreme Zhu Shun and Stone Man King. It was also multiplying these 2 paths. If one did addition, then in essence, whether it was one's physical body or divine soul, they would only transform once. Only by doing multiplication, after the first transformation, would one use the results of this transformation as the foundation to carry out a second transformation. Seeing this, Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. He had used up the 9 kings too early. If he had kept these 9 kings, it might have been much easier for him to break through when he reached the boundary between the king level and the emperor level. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.